All right, we are live. Welcome everybody. Glad to have you all here. We've got May with us, who's going to be painting this Sargent Impressionist. We're going for an alla prima painting tonight. It's going to be a bit of work, as you can see the reference here. It's a clip of the Wyndham Sisters by Sargent, and we're really here to just have fun. Not going to put the pressure on May to deliver an incredible piece like her usual professional work, but we're here to paint with you guys, chat, have a good time. And so, yeah, welcome. May, why don't you get us started, and I'll say hi in the chat.
Yeah. Hello. I gotta be honest, I'm a bit nervous to try to tackle this whole thing all in one sitting, standing. Where me and Daniel were talking about like which image to do, and when we settled on this one, I kind of sent him a few like crops of like the image that I could possibly do, and you know, I could have done like this entire right half and cut out this figure, or just like this bottom half, cut out this one. It was like, it will look best with all three, and I was like, okay. So I think I can do it. I've been looking at it all day. I think I have some idea of what I want to do, so we'll see. Yeah, so I guess I'll explain my palette a little bit. I have this cluster of like dark greens up here. That's for a lot of the areas of the background, like the wall and like the plants and that big like cushion thing on the left. This is like, it's like a little cluster of like really warm colors. That's for some of like the shadows and the flesh tones, and also just some of the blush in general, like the lips, parts of the ear. Like, you know, when light hits your ear, because your skin's like transparent, there's like cartilage, it gets really glowy and red. So it's like this cluster of like more chromatic warm colors for like those kind of accents and areas. And then most of these are just warm to vaguely cool, and then darker little kind of spectrum of colors for the majority of like what's going on in the painting. So a lot of the cloth, a lot of the skin. This is like for the hair and some of the shadows and the cushions as well. I'll probably be making a lot of colors like as I go, but I think this is like a good place to start for a lot of things. So yeah, I prepped my panel a little bit. Yeah, okay, that's pretty dry. This is like an acrylic coating. I like mix this color myself, it's not out of a tube, so that it matches or like harmonizes really well with a lot of the warmer skin tones. In all the sisters' faces, especially the one up here on the left. So that should help me get some sort of grounding for the values and the colors of like the overall like subjects up front. So, yeah.
Awesome. Sweet. Thank you for the intro, May.
Yeah, for sure, for sure.
And also, this is something I've been really enjoying doing lately, is the how are you feeling?
Color
how would you
edition.
just, let's see, how do we do it? It's if you were going to describe to the chat how you're feeling using an Old Holland oil paint color, what would it be? And I'm going to drop in a link for everyone to, if you click on that, you'll get like a whole range of oil paint colors from Old Holland that you can look at and just get a sense, how am I feeling today? And then just share it in the chat. It's kind of a fun way to start. Also, would love for you to like and subscribe to Evolve if you haven't already. That'd be much appreciated. And yeah. Okay, and we got some questions already, so let me catch up on the chat here. Everyone's saying hi.
Hello.
Cool. Okay, this is Cheryl's second live stream, so welcome again, Cheryl. Glad to have you. And I see May is already working on the painting here. And then Iggy said May is killing it. Yes, you are.
Thank you. I am 4 marks in.
And it looks like our camera on the painting is a bit bright, and I'm going to adjust that real quick. But a question while I'm doing that from Dina to you, May, is do you have the glazes mixed already too?
No. Trying to go for like an alla prima thing, which is kind of just you paint everything like wet on wet, and so glazing is usually what I do after something's been like totally covered in opaques. Excuse me. And so that's usually like a second layer. So I'm not really, and you can't really apply like glaze on top of opaque while opaque paint is still wet, because it'll just like mix and become like kind of thinned down and weird. So no, these are all opaque paints for the intention of like being opaque throughout this painting session. Hopefully that made sense.
Yeah, like we said, we're going for an alla prima tonight. So we're hoping to finish this whole thing in one session. And it is possible that that will not happen. So this is probably the most complex thing we've done so far with these live streams and going for one sitting.
Yeah.
And so I don't want to put that pressure on May to deliver a great piece and rush it when it might be better in 2 sessions. So yeah, she's just going to block it in and we'll see how it goes.
Appreciate that.
But you are more than welcome. Please ask us questions, anything at all. We can talk about Sargent. I actually have a book over to my right. So who knows, maybe I can read you some random excerpts if we're interested. And okay, question from Rebecca is, are you using a pre-toned panel? Yes.
Yeah.
She mixed that.
It's just acrylic, so it dried like really fast, which is helpful for doing things last minute. Yeah. The canvas didn't come like this. It came white, and then I mixed acrylic paint and then toned it. So.
Cool. So May, what are you feeling? Old Holland paint colors.
I'm a little nervous, so I'm not feeling all these like light pastel colors right now.
Yeah, it's a little nerve-wracking to do a master copy of a Sargent.
And it's like 3 whole people too, you know. It was my idea, so I'll own it. It's okay. Probably there's like this nice bluish, grayish, green, purple color in here, in that cushion. Like that top part of the cushion that's not totally in shadow, but hasn't rolled over to like that flat side either. It's a very nice color. It's a little bit ominous, so.
Yep, it's that green cushion. Cool. Let me see if I can find something similar in the chart here.
It's like a very ambiguous color. It's like green, blue, and purple, like one word. At least that's how it looks to me.
Green, blue, and purple. Might be something in between the green umber and green earth is what is standing out to me.
Sounds good.
The green earth gets a bit yellow as it gets lighter, but the green umber, when it's darker, it kind of has those more, green and purpley tones that you're mentioning, which makes sense because this painting has light and shadow, and so the light is a bit warm and the shadows are a bit cool. So that's why we're seeing both in that color there.
So I think kind of instead of doing shadows first, I want to get like a more unified sense of like all that lighter like cloth and like the dresses and like the figures. Kind of like build out like a more structured like impression of that. So you kind of get the form of like the sofa arm like coming out and then the figure going in behind and then the 3-dimensionality of the figure and then like the ins and outs of like the figures and the cushions basically. So I kind of want to put in like colors that are more similar in value to kind of like harmonize that whole area, and then I'll drop in shadows to really define the form. So I'm kind of going a little backwards, but I'll see how it goes. It does feel a little bit funny, but I think it'll make for a better image overall in the end. So.
Question from Bill. Did you use a spray fixative over the transfer?
Yes, I always do that.
Yep, and then the acrylic paste was put on top of that. Question from Iggy: will we ever do a master copy of Leyendecker?
I've heard that name. You did like
Maybe.
no mixing that up with some other person. So, but I mean, maybe I don't know.
It's within the realm of possibilities.
Yeah.
We haven't done a whole lot of planning of what the future live streams will be, but we are enjoying these master copies, these quick studies, and so yeah, we'd be open to hearing people's what kind of what masters people want to see studies from. And just to get back onto the how everyone's feeling with the Old Holland colors, Ashley said, feeling Payne's gray, blue and calm, deep, a bit weighty and tired after a good workout and dinner, trying to energize. That's nice. Laurel said, feeling cobalt blue, turquoise this evening.
That's enjoyable.
Edie also, I feel like a cobalt blue sky with fluffy titanium white clouds pushed by a fresh, gentle breeze.
Y'all so upbeat
Love
today.
that.
Wow.
Thank you, Edie. So it's like, just bringing the poetry in.
Yeah.
Art begets art.
Yes.
That just a little statement that reminds me earlier, or maybe two weeks ago, I was just driving and I was just in a super good mood, just looking out. I was like driving down the highway and the sun was out and it was just a beautiful day, and just thinking about a good friend of mine, and I just felt kind of really warm in my heart. And I was like man, how, like if I was gonna actively put words to how I'm feeling, and the sentence was, sunrise, sunlight, blankets, drowsy bumblebees in lavender fields.
That's sweet.
It was nice. It was like,
It's a nice place to be.
Oh no, Sarah Price said, sorry to kill the mood, but I'm getting over food poisoning, so I'm kind of golden green. Oh,
Oh no, I'm sorry.
that's a rough transition from drowsy bumblebees in lavender fields to
Harsh
food poisoning,
realities.
golden green. Yikes.
That's pretty tough.
Hang in there, Sarah.
You got this.
Hopefully these golden green colors on the painting right now aren't bringing up some rough experiences. Okay, we're getting some technical questions in here.
Okay.
Uh,
What is she doing? I don't know either.
yes, what is May doing?
What is May doing?
But Iggy said, I'm feeling a cinnabar green.
Interesting.
Debbie said, lavender fields, always good. Yes. Okay, and then here are the technical questions. So let's see. From Cheryl, can you explain the difference between the feeling of painting on panel versus canvas?
The main difference for me is like I'm not like a big like stickler for substrates or whatever, so I'm not gonna get like too into detail, but like just my main experience is that like canvas requires more paint in general to like be applied in order to like make something solid, to like put a color down solidly, because it has like all the texture and it's the teeth of the canvas. And while panel is just like smooth, and so you kind of put the paint down and it just slides flat usually. I'm much more used to working on panel, so I kind of have like a little preference for it. But I mean, that's just like my very rudimentary kind of evaluation. That's all for me.
I think one of the, well, so there's panel, there's canvas, and then there's linen. But then you also have stretched linen, right? Because you could have canvas or linen that's just glued to a surface.
Yeah.
But if it's stretched, then
It's different.
yeah, it's kind of interacting with you as you're painting, right? Because when you apply pressure, the stretch of the linen or canvas will bend slightly.
That sounds
And,
nerve-wracking.
No, it's like, I think Kevin describes it. It's like there's like a nice like snap to it because if it's tight and if it's done well, the stretch is done well, then it kind of snaps back nice.
Right.
Not like a snap, but just a very, I don't know. It's like a kiss on the lips, except that it's with a brush. And so
Yeah,
it's
I
like
don't know
your
if I
brush
wanna-
is just like kissing it, and it's just like you feel the impression of your brush on that linen, and the linen is kind of like, yes, and then it kind of like it bends in, but then it like comes back out for like wanting more.
That's so like typically Kevin romanticized.
Well, I think I added some of the more intimate nature of that into it, but Kevin did use the word like kissing the canvas or linen at some point.
Yeah, I don't do that. No. Yeah.
Yeah, I also have not kissed my
I
canvas.
have not
ever.
kissed the canvas.
I don't know if that's a thing people do. Probably not.
Probably not. I don't really want to know.
Yeah. Okay. Let's.
Okay. Moving on.
Yeah, moving on. Interesting thing happens in our live stream. So that would be fascinating if anybody does want to confess if they've ever kissed.
Yeah. Oh no. I'm kidding. I don't care.
Okay. Okay. More technical questions. Switching topics. All right.
I hope you've all noticed that I am not doing what I said I would do. As per usual, but it's okay. This frustrates Daniel sometimes because I'm like, I think I'm going to try this technique this time, so it's more interesting, and then I don't.
Yeah. Yeah, do you want to elaborate on that more, May?
Well, last year, 2 weeks ago, last live stream, I did that little painting of Jinx, and it turned out it was really, really fun to do. But originally, I was like I want to paint like more complicated stuff because that's just like the kind of image that I like. I like dynamic things with lots of elements. So I just like that kind of image, and so I like to create them. And so I was like, okay, but I have like this 3-hour time constraint, right? So I can't do something that's like super complex. And I was like, oh, here's a way around it. Like, what if I like only do like vacant shadows so that like I'm not painting like everything, and then but I can still have like this cool image with like a bunch of stuff going on, and I get to like use this like different technique, and so like that's like more interesting for people to watch than doing the same thing every time. And so, like, I told Daniel that it was my intention to do this one as, like, vacant shadows, and then I'd, like, tone the canvas before. You guys all saw, panel, sorry. You guys all saw that, and it was all, like, nice and red and, like, purple in some places. I was like, oh, this is great. So I smacked some lights on there, and I, like, didn't, like, at all, because I was overwhelmed by the temptation of rendering things. But it, like, turned out fine. I actually finished, like, ahead of time, because I was using, like, a much looser style. But, like, none of that was, like, planned. It kind of just happened. So I think, yeah, I'm assuming that's probably kind of annoying, so sorry.
No, it wasn't annoying. It was just, okay, here we go.
Yeah.
And that's part of the fun of being here with the live streams, right?
Yeah.
Like May and I, we talked right before this stream, before this started, and I was kind of like, hey, you can, recommend you do it like this, and blah, blah, blah. Well, I am not exactly sure what she's doing right now, though.
Yeah, it's okay. Me neither.
So.
I'm just painting what I see. I think I'm just still trying to get familiar with my palette and, like, know which colors can, like, fit where. So it's kind of like a lot of test driving right now. Put things in place. Like, this color is like a lot darker than I thought it would be. So I had to like drop some of this in it, and now it looks a little messy, but it's okay. It's okay. You live and you learn.
Nameless subscriber said, there's a faint line between art and romance. Yes, very true. Okay. I think the next technical question is from Robin Slee. May.
Yes, Robin.
Regarding the toned canvas,
Yeah.
did you choose the creamy peach color because you perceive it being the single unifying color, or did you consider it a complementary color for that pop effect?
I think more the first one. I don't know exactly what you mean by pop effect, but I think definitely the first one. It's like a very nice like pastel, like warmer tone, so it works well with like flesh tones, but it's like it's like also like light, so it's easy to like paint over with darker or cooler tones, so. Yeah, I guess it's like not as deep as you thought it would be. But I was actually gonna go for one of the colors in the dresses that was a little bit more like yellow, more gold, but that's like not as applicable to the faces, and so I wanted something that was like kind of like the average color, the most like versatile. So pulled back from that a little bit.
Here's a question from Joshua Young. Can you
Yeah.
learn other art styles, not just academic classicism, in Evolve Artist? So that's a good question. I think I'd be curious to hear what you mean by academic classicism. If that fits within the realm of Impressionism, if it fits within the realm of illustrative painting, or if you're talking about like, you know, full-blown pop art, appropriated art, because obviously there's a whole lot of styles out there. But really what our goal is, Joshua, is to teach the fundamentals of art making, and we found that teaching it through oil painting and teaching realism is the most effective and the most efficient path to do that. In the area of like, how do we communicate and represent something visually and allow other people to recognize what it is? And so those fundamentals, that it really applies to like turning form and creating depth and, you know, taking a flat board and turning it into a window. And so, yeah, so it is very technical, or the way that we teach is very technical. And but then like you can then take those fundamental concepts and then begin to apply them. So like I've been dabbling in illustrative work. I've been doing digital painting. May here is going to be doing an impressionistic piece. So, and then we also have a couple people who've gotten skills here and then gone on to do 3D art, and they're doing well in that career path as well. So, yeah, academic classicism, it's like that's where we start, and then it can be applied in so many different directions. So I guess that'd be my answer there. So let me know what you're thinking of specifically. Like, what kind of art would you like to do, Joshua? And maybe I can follow up and give you a more in-depth answer. Yeah, Donna said it well. She said, you learn the tools to be able to paint anything. You need to master realism first. Those skills prepare you for anything else you wish to create. Yeah, and that idea is that, like, so the realism comes in because art is all about your intentions. And I know Kevin has used this analogy before, but if you have a teacher who's trying to teach you how to faithfully execute what you intend and get it out visually and then have other people understand what your intention is, realism is that common ground that the art teacher has with you as the student. So for instance, if there's an apple on a table and you decide to paint that in an abstract way, how does the teacher look at that and know what your intentions were if you're trying to make this abstract piece? But if you're trying to faithfully represent a realistic apple exactly in the way that you see it, then the teacher can kind of lean down, see the apple from the exact same place that you're sitting from and be able to objectively, critically, and effectively give you advice and help you improve your intentions. And then loosening up from there becomes much more easy because it's like what Picasso is a great example. Learn the rules like a pro so you can break them like an artist. And the rules are really found in realism. So academic classicism from fine arts like Baroque, Rococo, if I pronounce that right, pointillism for examples. Yeah, so all of those.
Sorry.
I'm not. Well, yeah, I don't know if you want to weigh in, May. I'm not familiar with what Rococo is, or if I'm just completely butchering what that is. You know what it is, May?
Yeah, I took a little art history course last semester. So yeah, Rococo is it was a genre like kind of overlapping with, and I think slightly preceding Romanticism, or might have been after, I forget. But it was really close with Romanticism. It was really popular in France, and basically it was just like really dramatic, like over the top, almost like kind of like sensual slash like indulgently like rendered, and then like really bright colors, really dramatic compositions, a lot of like flowing elements, and then also like really like bright colors as well. So yeah, like Romanticism squared. That's what it looks like visually to me anyway. Yeah.
So yeah, I would absolutely say that it goes beyond those things. I mean, even if you're working within the realm of abstract, if you understand what the ingredients of our visual world are, such as values, edges, color, like everywhere you look, there are values, there are edges, and there's color. And so if you want to make an abstract piece that where the relationships of those three things are working together to create the impression or the effect that you want, you have, like, you know how those things work, and you know how to elicit that impression, not only in the painting, but to evoke it from people. And so even in abstract work, you can create a sense of depth, and that pulls people in. You can create like a contrasted area that people are drawn to. And so it's those kinds of fundamentals that then get applied into so many different areas. Okay, and then let's see. Okay, so I had missed a question from Iggy, and Iggy, I apologize. Does Sargent's brushstroke techniques cause any trip-ups when painting?
I think if you, it depends on how you look at it, right? So like if you're trying to replicate every single brushstroke, and that's a lot of pressure you're putting on yourself, and so you're probably going to like suffer for that, like in the process, if you're constantly thinking like, I need to render this in exactly the same way with exactly the same direction, the same like volume of paint, and the same like exact like physical motion. So if you think of it like that, then like, yeah, that would cause a lot of problems. But I think overall as a style, like if you see like his distinct and like confident articulation of light and color, like through very bold brushstrokes, if you see that as like an overall like style in his way of kind of deconstructing like a very realistic image and then like reconstructing it in a simplified but equally as it's like understandable, I guess, equally as understandable, equally as well articulated, like visual like unit.
Yeah, then it's almost
like,
more realistic.
Yeah, exactly, because he's taking the like fundamental like planes, the fundamental colors, and like only putting those in instead of adding every single like variation of color that like you would see in like a very realistic image or photograph. And so in a way, it actually helps to see his style as like a means of simplification as well as like enhancement of like something that would be really realistic. And like he has that effect of like both simplifying and accenting realism like through using like these very precise but very like bold brushstrokes. So if you kind of see it as like an overall like style or an overall effect that you want to achieve, and you understand that like mindset that he had, or that I would imagine he had, then like that actually like helps because like you're also looking for like these accents. You're also looking for like these like fundamental like planes, these fundamental like colors, shifts of like light and shadow, rather than like going down and looking at the brushstroke as a brushstroke. So instead of looking at the brushstroke as a brushstroke, I'm trying to see it as like his interpretation of what's most important in this realistic thing that he's looking at. I hope that made sense. Does that make sense, Daniel?
I think so, yeah.
Okay. I guess more seeing the brushstroke as like how he simplified and enhanced a realistic image rather than seeing the brushstroke as like a mark to replicate exactly for
Right.
being a mark.
Right. The idea, even though it's a master copy,
Yeah.
the idea is not to be a copying machine. Part of the idea of May doing this is that she gets to sort of get inside of Sargent's head in a way.
I try to.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Of course, that's only can be taken so far, but there's a huge learning benefit that's happening for May right now.
Yeah.
Much more than anybody here who's watching. May's the one who's really getting the study in. Daniel and May, are you two fans of Mr. Norman Rockwell? Question from Iggy. I am a huge fan of Norman Rockwell. Whenever I see one of his books, I like even at social gatherings when I'm supposed to be networking or just talking with people, I find myself just grabbing his book and disappearing
Understandable.
inside those pages. Yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely incredible work. Love it.
Yeah, I'm not like an active, avid fan, I guess, but I mean, obviously I appreciate his work very, very much. So, a pinnacle of Western realism, if you will.
And then question from Edie, is it not possible to paint on an untoned support so that as the paint goes transparent over the decades and centuries, the colors remain unaffected? And then I believe there's some follow-up to that question. So, as the painting ages over decades and centuries, the paint will become increasingly transparent and the toning will show through, darkening the colors. I don't know that I know enough to be able to speak as an expert on this matter.
Yeah, me neither.
This is definitely something that I'm sure Kevin could weigh in on. But I've personally I've never heard that before, but I'm certainly not an expert when it comes to archival, making a painting archival. I really just follow the process that Kevin has given to me,
Yeah.
and Kevin is confident that his process is archival. So he's shared with me in the past that there's a it's kind of like an ongoing debate among artists. It's like this battle between creative ease, perhaps, versus the desire to make something perfectly archival. And because you could take some shortcuts to just be able to create as fast as you can, and when it's convenient and easy. And the more you get into it and down the path of making a painting archival, it can be harder and harder to even start a painting because of all the things that you're worried about that could happen this way or that way. And so even among the experts, they have differing opinions on what should be done and what's okay. And I know that for Kevin, one of the things that he shared is just that, like, as far as archival goes, maybe he didn't say these exact words, but it's like, if you want your painting to last, it has to be good. Because even if it's not archival, it would end up in a closet.
Yeah.
So it's got to be a painting that's good, that means something enough that it would be worth restoring if necessary. And so, you know, and then the masters back in the day, they were trying all kinds of things. And yes, we did lose some paintings, to my knowledge, as a result of their experiments. Yeah, Ashley just shared here. There's this is like adds to the mix, and there's so much more than just this. But Ashley said there are colors that are more light fast resistant, and colors that are less light fast. Alizarin crimson is a very well-known color with that regard. It's got poor light fastness, which is it's also a color that's beloved by many artists, especially for flesh tones. So yeah, it's from things between from the medium, fat over lean, what substrate you're using. Like you could and it's like any one of those things could potentially be a factor, and there's so many factors, and so yeah. But I'll stop there because it's just very nuanced, and it's very it's beyond my pay grade. That's for sure.
Do not ask me what I'm doing.
What are you doing, May?
I'm just, it's kind of just degraded into direct painting again, but it's like more comfortable now. I know what my colors do, mostly. Still overall gonna try to do all the cloth, the faces, and then in the background and the hair, and then like go back in and like render, so.
It's 7:40.
Oh, whoa, that was fast. That's not pleasant. Okay. All right, I can work with that. That's fine. Thank you.
In the interest of time, have you thought about thinning down your paint and going for a more layered approach?
That's what I'm thinking about like right now, yeah.
Just kind of blocking everything in and then focusing on a singular figure.
Yeah.
Decisions.
I kind of,
Dun, dun,
I kind of
dun.
like wound up doing like shadows first anyway. So I think if I just, and it's probably gonna go faster now because I know what my colors do, so that's helpful. If I just keep doing that, it should probably go like fairly fast. And then drop in the background and whatnot.
It's going to be really interesting to see how these colors turn out because you really put a lot of color into these shadows.
Yeah. I mean, it's like silk, so a lot of it's like reflective. So they don't, I mean, they read as shadows, but like only relative to the light, I think.
Yeah, Edie, since you're just to go back to that topic, one point, again, I'm not an expert on this, but I would say, considering the fact that I've never heard about what you're talking about from Kevin, then I wouldn't be concerned about it. Dina is asking, I wonder how did the painters prepare the wooden panels for their paintings in the 14th century? I have no idea.
Me neither. Anyone knows, feel free to enlighten us.
Yeah, if anybody wants to become an expert and share. May and I are not experts on that kind of art history. We're on a learning journey of our own. We don't have all the information. Also, another question, is painting on metallic surfaces difficult? I also do not know. I would imagine that it's pretty slippery.
I mean, apparently a lot of artists have been like painting on like aluminum or something recently. I don't know. I've never tried it, but seems doable. Seems fairly popular. I don't know. I've also never tried it, so I'm not an expert.
So here's a question for everybody in the chat. Do you have a favorite Sargent painting? And if so, which one is it? Do you have a favorite, May?
I really like the one I forget what it was called, but it's like these, they're like three like young like daughters in like some rich guy's apartment. And like the lighting's like really interesting. I think you have, I forget if it's like two in the front, like in the sun, like playing on the rug, or and
Is
then
it
like
that
one
massive
person.
painting?
Probably.
With like that lots of open space?
Maybe. There's like a nice like vase in the background. It's like really big. It's like white and blue. And there are like three daughters, and one of them is like in the hallway, and it's like really dark, and it's supposed to be like really symbolic of like adolescence and isolation and stuff. And people like psychoanalyze it a lot, which I think is like interesting. So. But yeah, I just think the composition of that is like really cool. I wrote a paper about it like last semester or something. It's kind of bad I don't remember the title. But I remember what it looks like, which I guess is like
Yeah, it's
the most important thing.
the daughters of Edward Darley
Yes,
Boyd.
Edward. Yeah, that. I just think the composition is really striking, and I like how it doesn't feel candid. It's like intentionally, uncomfortably not candid. Kind of like makes the viewer feel like they're imposing on something. So I like that interaction with whoever's looking at the painting that was like kind of built into it. I think that's really interesting.
Iggy said carnation, lily, lily, rose is nice. Yeah. Yeah, that one might be my favorite as well. Question from Glenn.
Yeah.
What is the process of visiting the school in New Jersey? I wouldn't want to just show up. Yeah, so if you go to, let me confirm, I think the link changed. I'll send you a link so that you can send an email or give a phone call and then just talk to Kevin directly. See how that goes. That did not work. Let's try that again. Interesting, it's trying to... Just give me 1 second while I pull that up for you. Okay, I believe it's... that should be the link to take you to the New Jersey location. Phoebe said, carnation, lily, lily, rose, but I like the portrait of Madame X too. Yeah.
Classic.
Mm-hmm. And that one's at the Metropolitan Museum of Art.
Yes. I saw it recently.
Sarah Price said, I don't think I have a favorite of his paintings, but I think I prefer his landscapes and plein air paintings to his portraits. Not sure why.
Those are good too. His watercolors are very underrated. Did a lot of like watercolor plein air stuff when he was traveling around Europe. Really cool colors and compositions.
Yeah, Phoebe is sharing about Madame X, which was a very, very scandalous in the day, originally painted with the strap of her gown down. It caused a huge uproar in society and problems for the lady in the portrait as people assumed she was a loose woman. Yeah. I actually have the story here in this book to my right. If people are curious, let me know. Could share the whole story. All right, getting a curious from Bill and no other responses. So, story time with Dan. Here we go. Let me find the page. I'll make it short. Okay. All right, so this is going to start when it's going to be unveiled, and I'll just jump into this sentence here. Certainly, this book is, give credit. It's John Singer Sargent by Ratcliffe. Okay. Certainly, though, the painter spent the months and weeks leading up to the May 1 opening of the salon in a state of anticipation, shaded with other, less pleasant feelings. In a letter to his parents about the salon of 1884, Ralph Curtis says that the night before the opening, Sargent was, quote-unquote, very nervous. But the letter goes on. His fears were far exceeded by the facts. Curtis himself was very nearly scandalized by the portrait of Madame X as the painting was listed in the catalog of the salon. Looking for Sargent, Curtis found him, this is in quotes, found him dodging behind doors to avoid friends who looked grave. By the corridors, he took me to see it. I was disappointed in the color. She looks decomposed. All the women jeer, ah, voilà, la belle. I can't speak French, so. Oh, the horror, etc. End quote. That evening, Sargent was visiting his friends, his friends the Boyts, when an enraged Madame Gautreau and her mother stormed into his studio. The mother later came back alone and, according to Curtis, made a fearful scene. All Paris is making fun of my daughter. Madame Avegno said, she is ruined. My people will be forced to defend themselves. She'll die of chagrin. When she demanded that Sargent remove the picture, he refused. It was against the rules and against his principles. Defending his cause made him feel much better, writes Curtis. Still, we talked it over till 1 o'clock here last night, and I fear he has never had such a blow.
Society was pretty unforgiving back then. I
What's
guess
that?
that's like the like 1800s version of getting canceled. So.
Yeah.
Is that when he left Paris?
I think so.
That makes sense.
Some of the criticism here. Sargent has made a sort of caricature of a young woman justly renowned for her beauty. At the salon, Madame Gautreau's shoulder strap was seen to have fallen and come to rest suggestively on her upper arm. Sargent repainted this detail soon after the exhibition closed, though the revised image was not seen until 1903.
I didn't know they waited that long.
Even allowing for this change, however, the bitter outrage of Houssaye and his colleagues now seems odd. We've forgotten, indeed, find it difficult to imagine how rigidly decorum was observed just a century ago, no less in Paris than elsewhere. Where did Sargent go after Paris?
I think he just traveled around Europe for a while. Like, big hitchhiker.
Well, I skipped a few pages, and the next chapter is starting over in England.
Sounds about right.
Oh, interesting. And then it says, the London art world was determined from the outset not to be taken in by Sargent, with Madame X still scandalizing Paris. Blah, blah, blah. Keeps going.
Interesting.
Wow. It's really nice, to hear that story because it's so relatable.
Really? Like getting shunned for your artwork?
Well, I have never been shunned for my artwork. I've gotten some flack for certain things. Since I've done some, biblical and religious paintings,
Yeah.
you'd kind of expect that.
Right.
But with just kind of hearing Sargent sort of hiding in the corridors, just afraid of what people are going to think. That's just a very relatable thing.
That's true.
And being conflicted with, it's interesting because then when, people are attacking him for it, he starts defending himself.
Right.
And it's like this battle between, being faithful to your intentions as the artist and not backing down to the conviction that you had and the fact that, you faithfully executed it. And when you signed that painting, that's it,
Right.
And yet, even though he defended it, he still kind of gave in a bit.
Yeah.
And I don't know if you would call that weakness, but it certainly is relatable. And just that battle between what you want and what you want to give the world and how the world's going to take it.
the conflict of interest.
Mm-hmm.
Like, who are you going to try to satisfy? Sorry, I'm like not contributing.
You're painting. You are contributing.
I am. I'm trying to paint. Yes. I don't know. I mean, stuff is happening. That's it.
Joshua was asking us if we can do a Francois Boucher paintings.
What?
Well, I'm not going to make any commitments. We don't really know what we're going to be doing next. We will be planning out a good chunk of streams, and we'll get a little bit better at notifying people in advance. For our regulars here, we tend to post what we're going to do like
2
a couple days before, and but we've been solidifying some things on the back end of things, creating a better infrastructure to be able to do these more consistently, and hope to reach more people. Really,
Yeah.
you know, we want to draw people into what's going on with Evolve. Super passionate about that, of course, and want to make this more accessible to people. And part of that is getting the word out. And these live streams, it's great because we can just hang out, be ourselves, enjoy a good night of painting, seeing what happens, enjoying the benefits of what May and I have learned from Evolve, and being able to share that with you, and even being able to experiment and try new things. There was definitely it's been really cool for us that we kind of are able to make these painting studies, because for a while there was kind of this very natural pressure of, man, we want everything that we do to just be pristine and perfect.
Mm-hmm.
But here we're just able to play with the fundamentals and enjoy it, and kind of let these evenings be much more relaxing, which I think is great for everybody. And yeah, it's really cool.
Mm-hmm.
And May's brought a lot to that, to make that possible. Thank you, May.
Yeah, of course. My pleasure. This is really good too, doing these regularly, because I'm still in the middle of portfolio prep and stuff, and the standards are only getting higher. So it's really nice to be able to kind of break every week and kind of just revisit those things I know, and also experiment with what they can do.
Mm-hmm.
And just, as you said, not have that much pressure to create something absolutely jaw-dropping, or just something interesting. And it's more honestly, it's more teaching myself and about what I'm capable of in this present moment, in these circumstances, which is very helpful. That's kind of a gauging tool of skills outside of skills that can be applied outside of paintings that are very refined and require multi-hour sittings and all that stuff. So
Mm-hmm.
I'd say multi-hour as in more than 6, because that's pretty frequent for me, outside of this stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, this is very helpful.
Yeah. And then I'm getting a couple questions. One from Iggy. Am I going to do a stream of a painting? I am.
At some point.
And that will be also figured out when May and I plan our next chunk of live streams. I'll be put onto the schedule. We're going to bring Kevin back into the schedule, so we have just different personalities, different faces on camera.
Mm-hmm.
Dina said, I wish you could do a live plein air painting, Daniel. That would be extremely difficult.
That's the first thing I thought of too. I'm how are we going to set that up? Yeah.
Yeah. We would have to have either really good data or some access to the, internet speeds nearby. You're talking...
And there can't be any wind or any background noise.
Right,
from mics
or
and stuff.
that, or there's no audio whatsoever.
Yeah, and then it's a voiceover after maybe.
Yeah, it'd be pretty tough. But
Yeah.
recording a plein air painting. Actually, I did record a plein air painting. Maybe you've seen it And you can see I was just kind of did a voiceover over it, and was just sharing my passion for plein air painting and how much fun it is. But yeah, it would be pretty. There'd be just a lot of factors into making a.
Yeah, that we can't control.
Yeah.
Which is what makes it difficult. Yes.
Yeah. So we're thinking, if we can do this consistently for y'all, that's a bigger win than breaking our backs over and even like just the weather could turn, and then suddenly it's all over, So, could I post a link to the recorded plein air? Yeah, absolutely. Just pull that up for you. Starting to see those figures emerge, May.
Yeah, it's like those shadows next to them. And once I drop in the highlights, that'll really help add dimension as well, I think. But I'm saving that for the end, so you guys have to stick around and watch me. And yeah, I'd rather like cover more elements of the entire painting before like fully rendering or doing anything more with like one particular part. So
Yeah. It is 8:05.
good to know. Thank you.
Do I have any tips for plein air painting? I've always wanted to do it. Yes, I'm sure I do. Let's see here. You're going to want to be thoughtful about what supplies you bring. Where supplies are concerned, my personal recommendation is that you start with what you have and then go outside and try your best to make it happen. Maybe before you do that, just do some research and see what people like to have when they do plein air painting. But I recommend that you do it first, because then you'll know what you want and what you don't want much better. And because you could end up, if you think, oh, I'm gonna get really into this, it's gonna be so much fun, but you've never done it before, and you buy a whole bunch of supplies and feel great about yourself, and then try it out, and then you realize,
And then you
oh
don't.
wow, I didn't know it was going to be like this, and then you're thinking maybe I should have gotten that thing instead. So I would just say, and I don't know, I'm a bit of a minimalist, but like I don't bring a chair, and like I put my paints into a Ziploc bag, and I tend to use like the leftover paint that I have. I make sure that I have a full palette, but I'm not bringing like just kind of trying to pack light. Yeah, like a very simple easel, nothing fancy, and just work with that. And then I've kind of found that I really don't need much to have a fabulous time doing a plein air painting. And so, so I would say that when it comes to supplies. So just go out and do it, and then think about what you might want. As far as the painting goes, or maybe finding a place goes, lighting is key, as always. It's the most important thing. So especially if you're used to working with great references and doing studio lighting, typically that's like the light is super clear. But in a plein air setting, it could be like an overcast day, which would be very hard, much harder than you might anticipate. Like I'll still paint on an overcast day if that's sort of the set time, but the painting will seriously suffer as a result of an overcast day. It's just much, much more difficult to quickly create the impression of form without having clear light and shadow. It's not impossible, but it's a bit of work, especially if it's a complex piece that you're sitting down for. So yeah, so so lighting is one. It's helpful not to be too far away from your car. I like to kind of. I've done some stuff, like I went up to New Hampshire and I climbed a mountain. We camped a night, and I did a plein air painting up there, and it was misty and cloudy. I could barely see anything. Only in the right moments could I see a mountain off in the distance, which I got to paint. And you're fighting with the weather elements. So I would say starting out, don't do that. It's kind of like extreme plein air painting. I painted in a snowstorm. That stuff is just super fun, but you definitely fight the elements to even just get the paint on the canvas there. So just pick a nice day. And then another one is, again, if you're used to painting in a studio, you typically would have great lighting, and so it's very easy to kind of let your shadows be dark, and then your lights are relatively dark. But in a plein air painting, you kind of want to lean bright, like everything is bright if you've got good sunlight and everything. So just be very cautious not to make your shadow values too dark. And if you start dark, then everything will feel kind of dark. And then when you bring that painting indoors, the whole thing will be very dark. Because you're going to be out in a very bright environment if you're painting under the sun. So, light colors, like even if your shadows are like a value 6 out of 10, 10 being dark, that's a good place to start, and then you can always darken them later. You also you got to factor in the time where the sun is, because again, the lighting is everything. So from 12 to 3 is typically when the sun is more or less still. If you're doing it in the morning, then the sun's going to be moving on you, the colors will be changing, values are changing, where the light, the whole composition changes. Same thing with the evening. So sunset plein air paintings, really cool, really difficult. You got to work very fast. And then you even have to think about mixing your colors. Maybe it takes you a bit of time to set up and mix your colors. If it's for a sunrise, you'd be mixing them in the dark.
I didn't even think about that.
So you'd have to kind of guess at what they're going to be and be ready to tweak it on the fly. And I have done that before. It was a lot of fun, but very difficult. Which, again, because of all the factors that just come into it, I would say just come in with a mentality to really enjoy it no matter what happens. Kind of like what we're doing here, right? Like we've created this environment for May where she can just paint. And that's what I would encourage. I wouldn't take it as seriously as you might take your other work. And then you're trying to capture the impression of things. So don't try to paint individual leaves. Just break it down, light and shadow. Of course, if you know what you're doing, if you have an understanding of the fundamentals, that's so much easier. But yeah, so for like a perfect plein air painting day, I'd probably go to like some kind of park. So my car would be a short hike away. I'd be able to carry one backpack in, maybe even a little tripod with my smartphone so I can do a little time lapse of it. Get myself set up, have a nice good lighting situation. I would get there around 10:30, and then I would have time to mix my colors and get settled in, and before that 12 o'clock mark hits. And when 12 o'clock hits is when I would start painting and doing the sketch and everything. And then I'd be trying to wrap up by 3. And worst case, if it goes over, you've already locked in. If you go over than 3 o'clock, you've already locked in your composition. And so you can kind of just continue to adhere to that even if what you're seeing is changing on you. So yeah, so there's a lot that goes into it. So one step at a time.
Makes you want to go plein air painting.
Yeah, we should go together sometime.
I'm down. It sounds like it would be fun.
It is fun.
It's like being outside and painting. Missing in my life for sure.
But then there's other things like bugs.
Oh, true.
Like bugs will get very interested sometimes.
Oh my gosh, that makes sense.
I have one of my paintings just, I think the bug is still in it. I just left it there.
Oh my gosh.
It was a
that's great.
mosquito. I was like, you deserve this.
You're like, live on.
You bothered me for 3 hours straight. And you landed there, and I kept you there.
Or imitates life, huh?
Yeah. Maybe some grass blown by the wind gets caught up in your painting. Just, you know,
That's fun.
it's all part of
It's
the.
more interesting than just like studio dust, you know?
Yeah. PD Pete is asking, I've been looking at your program and I have to ask, in the beginning, does one start to learn to mix the values from the very start? Yes. That is like the very first thing that we do. So if you go to our website, and actually if you just go to the description of this live stream, you're going to see a whole bunch of links. It's all free content, video content, training stuff, and the website is also there. Click on the website. Go to, Bill said bug pigment is what color? I have no idea. But yeah, go to our website, check out the curriculum page, and then you'll be able to see every single assignment in block 1 and exactly how you start. And that very first assignment is painting squares and getting familiar with the values that we start you with. And then we do gradients next. And in the gradients, you start mixing values from the values that come in the tubes that we give you. Like we send you the art supplies to go with it. So yeah, just check out the whole thing. We send you all the art supplies. We have all the assignments. We give feedback within 24 hours on every one of your paintings. And there's a whole lot to it. If you're curious, ask me questions or just check out the links in the description. But yeah, I would love to have you. But yeah, values are our main focus in the very first block. Because values are primarily determined by light and shadow, and that's huge. It's everything.
It's everything.
So my plein air painting is now multimedia with mosquito and grass. Yeah.
One of a kind.
So you can't just do one block at a time as far as payment goes. We take you one block at a time through, of course. But the way that the tuition works is that you're signing up for blocks 1 to 4 because it's really like we're taking you from being, whether you're a complete beginner or shoring up your foundations all the way to pro level work. And blocks 1, 2, and 3 is a lot of the training that goes into it. And then block 4 is us able to fully deliver on that education that we're promising. So you can break it down by that. So that's the whole foundation program. Blocks 1 to 4 is how it's broken down. And then we do have an advanced program, and that would be like a separate tuition fee, completely optional, and something you can just think about joining after you finish the foundation program. But it's not available to anyone who hasn't gone through our foundation program. Yeah, Bill said it'll be funny when someone in 100 years tries to recreate the painting with bug juice in it. Yeah, well, it wasn't a painting that is worth restoring, so luckily that person won't have to struggle with that. But that would be fascinating. Sarah Price said, I've seen some British painting competition shows, and whenever they have them do plein air paintings, they seem to choose the most windy possible place. The poor artists are just trying to keep the canvases from flying away.
Sounds entertaining to watch, but not to do.
Here, Karen P. said sometime it might be fun for a separate short stream to go over the mixing of palette colors for a painting.
That would be fun.
Yeah. That might be a perfect one for Kevin if we kind of just give Kevin a blank palette and say, all right, Kevin, teach us about color. And
that way he doesn't have to prepare. So
yeah, doesn't have to prepare for anything.
He just has to show up.
Just shows up. Yeah. Question from Trevor. Do you like the artwork of Ai Weiwei?
I don't know who that is, but
I'll look him up.
probably.
Probably. Chinese contemporary artist. Looks like sculpture work. Wow, interesting. Oh, he's got some paintings too, perhaps? Seeing a tiger pierced with arrows. That's
Sounds like my vibe.
oh, that looks like a sculpture. Yeah, first time hearing of him.
A very weird place for a painting to be.
What's that?
This is a very weird place for a painting to be.
For a what to be?
A painting. I'm like looking at my own. It's just like a lot of colors are in, but it doesn't look like anything yet.
It's 8:20.
Okay. We're like halfway in. It's just the faces and the hands. And then the highlights, I already have the color for that. So just going on a smaller brush.
Phoebe said the colors of their gowns have a beautiful pearly quality.
Thank you.
Yeah, this is not definitely not what we talked about going
No.
into this live stream. May's quite the rebel, but it makes it fun.
I wouldn't say I'm a rebel. I just have like no sense of direction.
No sense of what?
No sense of direction.
Direction.
Just like I'm gonna finish it. I don't know how it's gonna happen. It's getting done though, I think. I'm not like at a loss. Which is pretty good.
Your values are really close together, which is interesting.
And that little iridescent hook.
Yeah, so I'll just explain what we were originally imagining, how this was going to go. So we were thinking that May would kind of just do a very quick, loose, thin down pass over everything. So like just basic, like blocking in basic colors, not quite to the level that she's been doing here. And she's been doing this opaquely, which requires some edge work as well. But if it was like thin down, it would just be really quick. And then she was going to focus on one of the figures. So, but this is kind of fun because it's like we're sort of watching a puzzle come together in a way that most puzzles are not put together. It's like a jigsaw piece just like shows up, and then there's another one that shows up randomly to the other side. And then we're just watching it all just get filled in. And we're still waiting to see it kind of like be like, oh, like that, like I see it now, you know, like the impression.
Yeah, The aha moment,
The aha moment.
as they say so often in grade school.
Got us on the edge of our seats, May.
Yeah, me too.
Ina said, I really like that we are seeing May start from a sketch with no underpainting and seeing her workflow.
You call this a workflow? I'm kidding. Yeah. I'm glad you're enjoying it. It's all very, very spontaneous right now.
The dresses are starting to appear. You are doing it. So cool. From Debbie.
Thanks, Debbie.
You want to do that again for the camera?
No.
It's funny. May will just like do stuff, and then I'm like, oh, I just got to switch the camera. Too late.
Yeah, you're missing out on my plethora of idiosyncrasies. I swear I don't talk like that in real life. It's just funny. I use like unnecessarily advanced vocabulary as like a form of humor to like make fun of people who actually talk like that all the time. And yeah, I know a few, and it's just like really, you know, like are you gatekeeping English right now? You know, like why? That's like totally unrelated, but.
I had to put words to what I'm seeing here.
Chaos.
No, not chaos.
Okay.
I guess it certainly feels a little chaotic because, like, some parts are still left blank, and you're just kind of. But I can see that you're working with some kind of value hierarchy of sorts. But what I would say is that it's like a directly painted underpainting that you're focusing very much on your colors right now.
Yeah.
And like it's really interesting. Like you could, what I'm curious about is really the time. Like I think that this is coming along beautifully.
Oh, thank you.
I don't know
I'll finish it in time.
how this is going to go as far as time goes. Like, like if you continue to paint it like this, and then kind of left it, and then let it dry, and then you could do so much in like a second pass with it dried, kind of even just like this. Or you could, you know, keep going into the night and then just like flesh this all out because it's directly painted. So it's just really interesting. But it's the emphasis on your colors is really interesting to see.
Yeah. I know it's like against the like fundamentals and everything, but I still see primarily like in color when I look at stuff.
As opposed to value?
Yeah. Like I see things in like, instead of like light and shadow, it's like different temperature. Like I see that first when I'm like evaluating light and shadow, as opposed to like what's relatively lighter and what's relatively darker. Which is like kind of weird, but yeah. I think a good amount of that was like during like quarantine, I couldn't like go into the studio for a long time, and so I picked up like digital art, and like I wasn't, and so I'd kind of like do studies of stuff and just like draw like purely from life. And so when I'm thinking of like objects, like a person's face, I'm not thinking like medium gray or like what's like lighter or darker. I'm like, okay, like this color, like this temperature, like here for like this light, and then like their cheeks are warmer, their nose is warmer, their ears are warmer, and then like stuff that's like in the shadow is like relatively darker and like less colorful. And so I'm thinking like very much in terms of color, rather than like value. Kind of just like when I was doing stuff from imagination, or when I started more doing stuff like slightly more seriously out of imagination. And so that kind of has stuck with me even once I've gotten back to doing traditional stuff primarily. So.
I think one thing that's also makes this feels like that jigsaw puzzle I talked about is the background is not in, right? Which I think you're planning on doing last, maybe, or something. Yeah, well,
Towards the end.
towards the end, because right now on the painting, your figures are darker than the panel, but in the reference, the background is darker than the
Yeah.
figures,
Yeah.
and so we're sort of seeing like a
Inverted.
inverted infrared version of the painting right now, and then it'll be really interesting to see when that background comes in, and to kind of see, that will probably be that aha moment.
Yeah, and I still have to add like highlights. This is all just like very like raw color information, but once I start adding like value into it, it'll harmonize a lot. I think that's the plan.
Here's a question from Antona.
Yeah.
Hi May, right now
Hi.
I'm also painting my Block 2 assignment 15.
Cool.
Do you always paint standing?
Like 90% of the time, yeah. Like most of my pieces are bigger, and so just like physically that makes it easier to like navigate around different parts of the piece. Also, standing up, you're able to like change relative distances a lot easier from what you're painting, and so that helps you like maintain perspective on like the bigger picture instead of getting like lost in the details, as we so often tend to do. So yeah, generally standing is better for me.
Yeah, if I'm doing a quick study, or if I, like in the Evolve assignments, because I'll do some of the assignments even just to record for video, like the oil painting for beginners video I did, where I made that sphere. I was just sitting down for that. But when it comes to like bigger paintings, like May is saying, standing helps immensely. Even for this quick, like loose impressionistic piece, if you're sitting, there's so much more friction that prevents you from getting up, pushing the chair back, stepping back, looking at your work, putting the chair back, sitting back down,
Right.
picking up the brush, as opposed to just stepping back, stepping forward, stepping back, stepping forward. And because it's so much easier just to step back, you can just take it all in and yeah. But for your assignments, I wouldn't worry about that.
Yeah.
In Block 2, you're fine. When you get to Block 4, might be worth doing. At the very least, just giving yourself time to get up out of your chair and step back, even while you're, like when you're finishing up an object, and confirm and really ask yourself questions about your values, about your edges and your colors. That would be a great thing to do. But from blocks 1 to 3, you can do them all sitting down, no problem. I mean, even in Block 4, you could do them all sitting down without any problems. But there'd be an added benefit of standing up and looking at your work from a distance.
I remember last time during my live stream, like at the very end when I stepped back, and I was like, I remember being like just blown away. It was so cool.
Yeah.
I had like my hands on my head and everything.
I caught you on camera that time.
Oh, it's okay. It could be more content.
Dina said that easel is huge. Is that the easel Kevin used for the life-size portraits? Yep. And then RJD said, I like to paint from a bar stool, close to standing, and easy to move around without getting up and down and moving a chair. Yeah,
Whatever works, man.
it's a good workaround. And I will say, I'm working on this big painting. It's this commission. I think I mentioned it before. This people on a boat during a storm. It's a 3x4 painting, and I'll work on it on this easel that May's working on, and I'll do long painting sessions with it, and I'm standing the entire time. They're usually about. I mean, I pulled a few all-nighters at this point.
Really?
So.
Oh, I didn't even know that. Wow.
Yeah. I think the longest painting session I've ever done was 18 hours.
Was that for the purple painting? Or the dude crawling out of the water?
I don't think so.
Oh. I think you mentioned that you knocked that one out in like 3 days or something crazy.
I did. That was in a span of, gosh, what was it? I think it was like in a span of 60 hours, I had painted for 43 of them.
It's crazy. I am a very big fan of that painting. I love that painting.
Thank you.
Yeah.
But anyways, so I'll be standing, for like 15 hours. And I'll just get so tired just from standing.
Oh, yeah.
And I'll just be hobbling over to the sink to clean my brushes when I'm done. And I'll just like lean on the sink.
Yeah.
Sometimes, like, especially when it's the wee hours of the morning, I'll just sit in a chair and stare at my painting and be like, I've got to stand up again. But there have been a couple times when I did sit down to work for a little bit because I didn't want to stop the actual painting.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, you find workarounds. But I wouldn't go that crazy. It's just the fact that it's a big painting. It's a very punchy painting, and it kind of needs to be seen from afar.
Mm-hmm.
And the painting would suffer seriously if I was painting it like really close.
Doing this thing that Kevin hates where I paint the eyes last in a face. Usually I don't like putting in like small details with like a more extreme value because usually eyes are dark. Because like then when you do stuff around it, it's like very easy to like knock into and then have to repaint and ruin and whatever. But so usually I drop them in last because like there's like no other place they can go. So it kind of helps.
Mm. Well, Sarah, 12-hour marathons are still a lot. I mean, at a certain point, you just lose track of time.
Yeah.
I would say once you hit, like, maybe, say 12 or like 10 maybe 10 hours. Sorry, I'm moving the camera right now, so I just thought I'd get a better angle here. Yeah, once you hit like 10 hours, it kind of just becomes a blur. Just be careful about your head there, May. Oh. But I need to see.
Please. Distress. It's okay.
But I'm really excited to share this painting I'm working on with everybody. Can't show it to you yet, but I'll be publishing a whole video on its process from start to finish. And I'll also be posting a video talking about failure, because I hit some major roadblocks with this painting that not only was a big challenge to resolve, but also was a big blow to my artist ego. And so I kind of just like recorded parts to, because I think it's important, it's like all those pressures and dealing with failure. It doesn't go away. It actually gets worse.
Oh, for sure.
And so I hope it's going to be a helpful video for people. It's just like how to, even when you're not even feeling great about yourself, just how to slowly walk yourself back to a place of confidence again. And it was just, it was really cool to go through that. Well, yeah, looking back, it was really cool to go through.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
Not fun to deal with. But it's worth sharing, you know?
Yeah. Yeah, I remember like I think the morning after you had like that like main very like difficult painting session, I like called you about something and like you had like just woken up and I like heard your voice on the phone and I was like, no, I was like something happened. I could hear it.
Yeah.
Because like usually like you're like a very like, you know, like upbeat person. Not like aggressively upbeat, but like, you know, you have like a very like positive energy and I could hear it in your voice. Like something was like gravely wrong.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, which is another thing, because I had really let the painting become a little bit too attached to my identity.
Oh yeah, we talked about that before.
Yeah.
Like on the streams, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it was really cool. I mean, the value of having people in your life is just so hard to quantify. From, you know, having Kevin, who I could be, you know, I could come to Kevin and be like, Kevin, I'm, you know, struggling with this and I feel terrible, blah, blah. And Kevin's like, he's just laughing because he knows that it's, you know, such a resolvable problem.
This too shall pass.
But then with other people, like it's funny, I'd kind of like, I guess, just developed this lie that I was telling myself. I was like, if people ask me like, hey, Daniel, how are you doing? I would immediately think about how the painting is doing. And I thought that was okay, that like, it's like, well, you know, how the painting is, you know, it's not a reflection of who I am, because I know that's not healthy, but it is a reflection of how I am, and that's okay. And I kind of thought that was okay. And then I was saying that to a really wise man in my life. And in a very, very gentle way, he basically said, no, I think that's just you wrapping that up in your identity and being depressed about it, and that's not healthy, and you shouldn't do that.
Right.
And I was like, okay, I'll trust you, and I'll actually work on that. I'll stop deceiving myself thinking that it's okay, you know? And it was really cool. Just that week, I got a lot better at disassociating my emotions with this, like where the painting was at. And I've been resting in that, which is cool because the painting is all about being at peace. And so that was like, yeah, it's, oh my gosh.
This is what it needs.
I keep hyping it up, but it's like I shouldn't because no one has seen the painting yet. But
Well, I think it deserves all the hype.
oh,
So,
thank you.
Yeah. I love walking in after like not being here for a few days. I'm like, oh my gosh, it's another edition.
Yeah,
I guess that's all I should say.
yeah. So like the main point of the painting is that you can be at peace in the storms in your life, and I have been on just an awesome journey of learning how to be at peace in the storms in my life. And it's like been happening as I'm working on this painting. Like I've been freaking out over this painting and then learning that I've been doing that so unnecessarily. And yeah, it's been really cool. Yeah, Bill said it's easy for how you are to show up in your work. Yeah. Yeah, the day after. So basically what happened was, I'll just tell you without showing you. I've been working hard at this painting, getting it to a place where I could finally like have all the overall impression in, so that I could then paint the primary face in the entire painting. It's like the first thing that people see. And that was the face that I completely tanked. And it was like right after I had done an awesome job painting some other faces. So I was like just sky high, feeling super confident, bit off more than I can chew, and just completely flopped. And I realized that it was a problem that needed, it wasn't my painting skill, it was like my plan for how to tackle it. That was the real underlying issue. And that alone was really hard because I had been hoping that I would be able to resolve the problem on the fly, that I wouldn't have to plan it. And by not planning it, it would be something perhaps magical and something like that. And so it was kind of a big letdown, and I was very tempted to just like, oh, I'll just keep working on it. I'll just keep pushing through, and I'll stay up all night just wrestling with this until I get it to a point of satisfaction. And
tractor mentality.
yeah,
That's what I call it, where it's just like you just bulldoze and like it's like I will fix this. And it's like how it's like I will. It'll just happen. Yeah.
right. But again, the problem wasn't like the painting of it. It was more of like what from down to the reference and down to the composition. That was the problem, and I just needed to rethink everything. And so I didn't. One of the questions, like when it comes to if you run into a problem in your painting, if you don't know how to resolve it, stop. And it was just like, oh, I need to stop. But if I stop, I'm gonna leave my painting
Right. You're like
in
accepting
such
it that
an
way.
ugly state. And not only that, but like this painting is at this art school here, and you know, people come in like every week, and just like May, they see the progress on the painting, and they're gonna see the most important part of the painting is just a hideous wreck and a mess, you know, and I let that get to me, and so but at the same time, like there was enough wisdom to kick in to say, Daniel, you need to go to bed. It's 12:30 at night, and you don't have any solutions for this. You want to keep going and just push through, but it would be just unwise.
Right.
And
like
take the loss. Take the loss and go to bed if you can sleep.
Oh.
And so, yeah, I woke up the next morning and I was so demotivated, didn't even want to get out of bed, you know? And that just another sign of like way too wrapped up in it,
yeah.
you know? The painting meant too much to me, and but yeah, so I'll be sharing about that, and I'll be sharing with you guys in that video like how I walked myself out of it, and I wouldn't, I don't know, walked myself out of it. I wouldn't even say like myself, because you get to like again, because like just because you have the skills doesn't mean that you're any less prone to all the weaknesses of being human, right? Mm-hmm. And so I don't feel like I walked myself out of it as much as I leaned on the resources that I have and took one step at a time. And then by taking one step at a time, I looked back and was like, oh, whew, I've come back.
Right.
And not only come back, but I'm even more confident than before, right, because this major problem has been overcome. And it was so cool because the painting now looks so much better than it would have had I actually been able to do what I originally wanted to do. So kind of just grateful, you know. And Kevin played a big role in that.
I heard that you like wanted to start over and everything.
I did. I actually thought about starting the painting over, and I don't know. I might be getting close to 200 hours on this painting.
200?
Maybe. If you include like the composition development,
yeah.
Then yes, maybe 100 hours of painting, of actual painting. Sarah Price said, but Daniel, don't you think you see it as being in a worse state than other people would? Yeah, probably. Like my standards are high. But at the same time, like if you paint, imagine that you paint one thing really, really well, and then right next to it is something that was indiscernible. Maybe that's a bit of a strong word, but it's just like so clearly a separation, a divorce from the beauty next to it. And it's like, and it's not like oh well the other part is much more beautiful as a result. It was not like that. It's more of like I can't stop staring at that thing, and it's like this is part of the challenge of art is that even people who don't know anything about art can perceive problems in your work. They might not be able to define what that. May, if you can lean back just a bit as you're working on that. Thanks.
Yeah.
They might not be able to define what that problem is, but they can still see it and be confused by it. So now it's funny because if everything had been painted at the level that I had painted that face, which I consider that I tanked, I may have been able to get away with it. But because other things were painted so well and refined, they simply just did not belong with each other. Yeah, Bill said we do need to be happy with the work. I think that's an interesting way to put it. It's like just like an attitude of gratitude. There's definitely something about that, and coming into your painting with an appreciation for it and a respect for it is important. And that it's kind of a part of a responsibility to okay, yeah, maybe be really careful with getting too close because I might change the angle again because it's maybe covering too much.
Sorry, I was just really up close with the face. I think I can work from
I'll
here.
change the angle. It's going to create a bit more of a distortion, but I want to make sure that you can.
I can paint and people can see.
Yeah. Okay.
Thanks.
See if I can zoom in even more for everybody. Now that you're going on the details here. Really enjoying that indent from it might be the collarbone on her.
There?
Yeah, right there, like above her chest. It's really nice.
It should be a little more colorful. But thank you. It's better. Lots of finagling going on.
You mumbling to yourself again?
I just said there's a lot of finagling going on right now.
Finagling is fun.
Finagle.
Is that a size 6 brush?
This is a 2.
2.
This is a 6.
Yeah, it's pretty small painting.
Yeah,
Does not make it easy.
I was doing the transfer, and going to this, I was like pretty confident. I was like, it's chill. It's another master copy.
No big deal.
It's like loose,
Just another master
it's like not
copy.
even. And then I was like, these heads, they're like this big.
Mm-hmm.
I was like, wait, that's not very relaxing. That's okay.
But it also kind of forces you to be thoughtful about your brushstrokes.
Mm-hmm.
So.
Win some and you win some. So. I'm kidding.
It's 8:55.
Oh boy. Okay. I'm gonna try to get the faces done, and probably not put in like a full background. Just kind of like scribble something in around them as like a contextualizing color and value. That's probably the most efficient and effective way to use up the next hour. So.
What are you thinking? Are you thinking this is in one sitting, or is it going to require 2?
I think I can cover enough stuff in one that we could just end it here, but I'll probably like do more stuff on my own after. But if people want to see like that refining stuff, then that's fine too. We can make it into 2 if that's what people want to see.
Okay, let's run a poll.
Okay.
Okay, so making a pretty simple poll here. Would you like to see this painting done in 1 sitting or 2 sittings? And
And why? No, I'm kidding. Yeah.
so basically, if we aim for 1, then what we'd be looking at, everybody, is that May tries to finish this whole painting study in the next hour, basically. Maybe we run over a little bit of time because the above figure is not even in yet. Or we maybe reduce the stress for May and we come back next week and you get to watch this be fully finished. As May said, she said that she might fix it up regardless, even after tonight's painting session, if it's not to her liking. So let's hear it.
What?
We're getting a 95% in favor of 2.
Oh, really?
Mm-hmm.
That's good to know.
23 votes in, 96%. I think that's a pretty clear winner.
Wow, okay.
So there you go, May. Oh, everyone is so kind.
Yeah, actually, like, thank you. What the heck?
Meanwhile, like, no. No, just kidding. No, I'm totally cool with that. Great. So yeah, May, just take your time. Do what you need to do to prepare this for a second pass.
Okay.
So,
Switching gears.
contrary to what the title of this live stream originally was, because I'll now change it, this will not be an alla prima painting. But that is totally fine.
Thank you. Thank you for being open, everybody, and for Daniel to being open to changing the titles even after we start.
Making me out to be a big tyrant. Oh, it must be this way. Content.
No, it's like I know
SEO,
that,
SEO.
like, yeah, I know that there's like expectations and like hopes and stuff where that stuff like is concerned of like consistency and like performance and stuff. So I appreciate
No,
it.
it's all good. It's all good. We do what we can, but again, it's like we don't want that unnecessary pressure, not for these streams.
True.
It's like nice because there's nothing to prove, I guess, in a way. For those of you who haven't already seen May's work, I'll just show it here real quick. Let's see, what do we got? Some of these pieces here. So this is her typical professional work that she's been doing more on her own time. Okay, good question from Maura.
Yeah.
How do you know how many values you should add into the face?
I am observing. So it's kind of just whatever I see. Obviously, I'm trying to stay away from like extreme value ranges because that's like not realistic for skin. There's like no real rule to it though that I like follow. It's really just based on the reference that I'm using.
Yeah, so I'll follow up with that. So what May is doing here is she's just painting. She's just painting. She's, learning from this master copy study from John Singer Sargent. She's not following a rigid process that would demand how many values, she would do. So that's why she's saying she's just really observing and going about it that way, understanding, what Sargent's approach was to this painting. For our, from an educational point of view, we break it down much more rigidly so that it's technical and you're forced to simplify all of the values that you might see in a portrait, which could be an infinite range, down into just a few, specifically four values. So for our students, we give them 2 values for their shadows, 2 values for their lights. And when you can do that and kind of simplify everything down in that way, and actually, let me grab you a link, Maura, because I did a whole video on this with a grayscale portrait in 4 values. And obviously I made the video, so I think it's awesome, but it'll be really informative for you in kind of understanding why it's essential to simplify values. And then I know a lot of training programs will start students off with like 11 values or 10 values. And for us, we think that's overkill. And 4 is more effective at teaching you how to simplify and understand what you see. Because people say, draw what you see, paint what you see. But you have to learn how to understand what you're seeing and break it down, digest it, simplify it, and then be able to recreate it using those building blocks from what you simplified. And so being able to, I say 4 values, but it actually starts by breaking down the entire reference into just 2 things only, light and shadow. It's like, how cool, right? You just took like you could look at Sargent's painting, and if you just put like anything that's a shadow is black, and then anything that's a light is white, that would be the most simplified thing that you could do, where you're starting to understand what the composition of this piece is, what the bones of it are. And then 4 values gives you a bit more of a range to, define form more clearly and, what's what. So yeah. So I'm going to grab I forgot for a second. I'll send you that link. You can check that out. And we also have links in our description that is worth checking out as well. But the one I'll send you here is, since you're talking about a face specifically, I'll grab this link for you. Yeah, and it's cool. You can apply this, like, whether you're using oil or if it's acrylic, even digital, pastel, pencil, you could apply the same concepts that I'm sharing in that video, and still get the same kind of result. And then if you haven't already, or maybe I would say start with that one, and then if you go to the description of this live stream, the oil painting for beginners, that one is kind of like another spin on like how to break down those values, with a little bit more focus on like putting the paint down. In the video I just sent you, that one is a little bit more talking about just like how the process works and why it's effective, and then the other one is sort of like do this and then do that and then do this. And it's a little bit more teacherly, perhaps, a little more applicable to do in your painting. I'm going to change the focus here so we get a clean shot of the second sister.
I moved. Cannot get over how subtle the value changes are.
Yeah, tell us what you're learning.
Like, it goes back to what I was saying before, how like I see like everything like in color, like primarily, and like that's like helping me a lot right now, because I'm seeing like, okay, so like in my the way I'm understanding it is like this row and also this row, these two mostly are the lightest values I have, and they're relatively pretty cool. Don't like greenish, like even though this looks yellow, it's pretty cool relative to like these more like intermediate values that I'm kind of putting in for like the darker lights and kind of like the buffer zones and like the lighter shadows, the moderate shadows. And so like I'm seeing like the lighter areas pulling out as like cooler temperatures, and then so like that's on like the highlighted areas of the face. So like on her forehead, or like along her nose, like this inside of her mouth, like under her mouth, her chin. So that's all like the planes that are being hit most directly, most fully by the light. So that's jumping out as like one color to me. And then the next one under that, because like as I'm reading this image and as I'm like working with my palette, like the next value down from that is like relatively warmer, and it's also darker. And so I'm seeing like light pale green yellow, and then I'm seeing like relatively more saturated pink, I guess, for like the next value down. And then going down from that, it's like another kind of, it's like this warm gray. And so I'm seeing things like as like green and then pink and then gray, rather than like trying to find like the nitty gritties of like the tiny like values. I don't know. I guess they're like kind of working together in my head, but I'm seeing them, like I'm seeing the temperature in addition to the value changes, and that's like helping me a lot, I think, as I'm moving. I hope that made sense. But yeah,
It made sense to
it's
me.
like here.
Hopefully, it makes sense to our audience.
Yeah.
It's like, so it's,
I know.
how do I explain this over a live stream where we're just chilling? I can say it simply, it's, you can turn form with value, and you can also turn form with color.
Yeah.
And it sounds like, May, you're in awe that he's doing both.
Yeah. Pretty much.
Trying to say that in the most simplest way possible.
Yeah. And it really reinforces the idea that like everything you see is relative, right? It's like those colors and those values are so close together, but they're still different. And because of those differences, you can see like a face emerge from like the very specific like values and colors relegated to those planes in the face, which is just so cool.
Yeah. It's so structural.
Yeah.
Despite all those variations, it's still so structural.
It's like their faces aren't like really like angled or anything. Like their cheekbones aren't like popping out. Their noses aren't like super. They're like their eyes aren't like really far back in there. There's like they're very like round and like soft, but they're still like very distinctly like faces. So that's just so cool.
Mm. Comes back to intention, you know. It's like, this is where you will go, but no further.
Yeah.
You are this tall, not any shorter, not any longer, just so. And that specificity is really what makes, you know, one artist from another. And that's relationships again.
Yes.
It's like, this is blue in relationship with that red, but then it's purple in relationship with that blue, that other blue over there. And you kind of put things into their proper place. And then when all those relationships are working together, it's like a very wonderfully cooked meal. All the flavors just create a symphony. Happy taste buds. Sweet and sour.
I like that we like comparing across the senses in ways of like describing one. It's a very like natural thing for humans to do.
Another good question from Maura. Do you recommend doing the background first or last?
Usually I do the background first, but like it'll be really fast to scribble in, and what I want to do the most is not focus on the background, but like get the figures in, and then I can throw the background in like whenever. So kind of just prioritize that today. It's like there's like a lot more going on that I need to cover in a short span of time. But usually the background is best to put in first because it helps contextualize the figures in terms of like lighting, color, value, atmosphere, like all that stuff. So
Yeah. So it's a bit inverted for this live stream, which will make it really fun, actually, for all of you. It's like, what's it going to look like when the background comes in and suddenly the environment is set?
yeah. Yeah, because like you were saying before, like everything is darker right now than the background. It's like really weird. I'm not used to seeing it this way either, so it's like a little strange for me as well.
we'll see if it's even throwing you off potentially.
Yeah, we'll
And
see.
if so, then easy enough to adjust.
Mhm.
Which might be a great thing to, maybe a great reason to make sure you block in the background.
Mhm.
I guess it depends how you want to go about this. If you want to do like an additional layer, or if you simply just want to keep directly painting as you go.
I don't want to put that color right now. Yeah.
It's up to you. Is this still the number 2 brush?
Yeah. I will go no smaller. Number 1s are a little finicky with me. Maybe I'm a little finicky with them. I don't know. Someone's at fault. But like at times because they're like pointed, sometimes if I don't put them down exactly the right angle, they'll like pick up paint, or they'll like put down like a blob of paint if I haven't like evened it out like perfectly. And so it's like I don't want to deal with that right now. And no, I don't think I need to here.
The 1 rounds?
Yeah. I like know the tool of the flat brush a little bit better. So at least like right now I'm not gonna, like it's like a very tiny risk, but it's still like not the most familiar.
I definitely enjoy the rounds.
I enjoy them like on top of already dried surfaces. I'm not like worrying about them anymore. They can't like cut into what's already down. And like if there's a blob, I can just wipe it away. But I think for the longest time I was like, I mean even now it's like I like to work with this biggest brush that I possibly can, like always, so that I like kind of think in like macro shapes. So I've just generally stayed away from the smallest brush I have.
Yeah. I don't know if you knew this, but with the 2 figures that are asleep in my painting, May,
Yeah.
I painted them with I think almost completely with a 1 round.
Oh really? I did not know.
And then I forced myself to use, at max, or at minimum, a 2 filbert, so that the brush work would be intentionally different.
Right.
Because I needed to create like a bridge from some of the more realistic stuff in those sleeping figures, and then let it kind of bridge over into some of the more looser impressionist stuff in the back.
Cool. Yeah, it's cool that you're thinking like strokes as like another dimension of like atmosphere. It's like something I haven't been taking as much into consideration.
Well, as you said, it's all about relationships.
Yeah.
You got relationships of all kinds of things.
Yeah, Kevin was talking to me about the Jinx painting I did last time, saying how like I could have flattened the shadows out like a lot, like texture-wise, and like they're like very colorful, which makes them compete with the lights, and then also they're also very textured as well, so they also compete with the lights there. But if I just like flattened them, I could have gotten away with more color, and if I'd taken out color and flattened them, then like the lights would have popped out a lot more, and I wouldn't have been like forced to use pure white. So. Stuff to keep in mind. Like usually I'm not like thinking about texture like ever, because in like all my paintings that I'm doing for my portfolio, it's like supposed to be like very refined. I like fan brush everything down, so it's like never in the final painting. But at least like where I am now, so it was like weird. I was like, oh yeah, that is like a thing that happens, but like I've just been like intentionally eliminating it like for so long. I haven't, like even when it is present, I don't like really address it. It's just like, oh, this is a product of painting like loosely, and it's like, no, not necessarily if you thought about it more. But I mean, it was my first time ever painting that loosely, so I'm gonna cut myself some slack.
First time painting what?
Like that loosely.
Oh yeah.
Like by a very large margin. So,
Right.
Yeah, so I'm gonna cut myself some slack there, but just very good to think about for the future.
Yeah. Dina is asking, what is the size of the panel you're painting on?
11 by 14.
11 by 13.
14.
Oh, 14.
Sorry, I was
okay.
being very quiet because I was painting the eyes.
You're good. Okay. And Trevor is asking, is that a glass palette?
No, it's just palette paper. It'd be just really shiny right now because of the lighting, but yeah, it's not glass.
Yeah, it's gray toned palette paper. Just watch your head as you're painting that. Thank you.
There you go.
Wait, do you want to do that again for the camera?
No. This is VIP content. By VIP, I mean Daniel.
They just let out a big sigh. Was that like a happy sigh or?
It was like I've been holding my breath because I was painting these eyes and I'm not anymore kind of sigh. So, I guess happy.
It's coming along.
Thanks. It's like hard because I see so many things and I can't put all of them in. All these, there's so many like color variations in here. It's like crazy. It's like even within the planes of the face, like your skin, there's like a different density of like blood vessels like in your skin, which creates like different amounts of like redness, and like light hits every area of your skin in a slightly different way because, you know, it's like a round surface, so it's like different. There's so much going on. And I can't get all of it.
I like how you needed to yell that part out, but very softly.
There's so much going on. Yeah.
Trevor said, just an idea that may find interesting, to sketch out the whole picture on a glass palette first before painting on a canvas.
On a canvas? I mean, I guess the transfer kind of counts as like drawing everything out first. So.
Yeah, so I mean, this is meant to be a quick study, Trevor. So, some like doing a quick sketch, like a study before you jump into a big piece, could be super helpful. But we're kind of here to enjoy that process of it be, you know, kind of coming to life in front of May, and to see the magic of it all.
Magic.
Magic, gotta love it. Becky has returned. Hi again. Looks like I arrived at an interesting place.
Oh my god, you did. I think it's been interesting this whole time because like there was no procedure. So.
Yeah, so theatric with your painting style here. It's over here and then it's over there.
Some call it theatrical, some call it ADHD. Pick your poison.
Hey, I could run a poll if you'd like.
Are you enjoying this or are you getting whiplash? Let me know. I will not change either way. Wouldn't it be nice when I give them hair?
Yes.
Yeah.
Did you just think about that now?
No.
Okay.
A similar part of this, of like a hairless process happened in a painting. That painting behind me, when I was doing it this summer. Yeah, like because I did the face in like one sitting, and then I knew the hair would take a whole sitting because I had to figure out how to do curly hair, and like And like I needed to take breaks frequently so that I didn't get like just like lost.
Which painting are we talking about?
That one,
Okay,
the portrait.
the one that we can see in the
Yeah,
background there.
yeah.
Which we still need a photograph, right?
Oh, we got a photograph of it.
Oh, we did? Okay.
Yeah, it's in the folder on
Oh.
Google Drive.
Oh,
Yeah. There's a lot of new stuff in there, actually.
really?
Yeah. I don't know why they don't give you like updates when stuff is added there. That would be nice.
I'll take a gander at the secret secrets. People don't mind me kind of editing live. Maybe I could show that piece. I'm not seeing it in here, May.
The art portfolio folder.
Oh, that folder.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Using noises.
Hmm.
Sounds of judgment.
Where would that be?
It's like shared with you in Google Drive, I believe. I'm not sure which account though, because it was a while ago. It might be your Evolve one. So my bad.
Oh, cool. Eric Hunt said, I'm definitely not an oil painter by nature, but I am osmosising a great deal of foundational information. Thank you all for learning and then sharing what you have learned.
Yeah.
Yeah, glad to help.
Thanks for being here.
And if you're curious about some more educational stuff, like this is really just fun entertainment for me and May, and hopefully for all of you, and even to just like answer specific questions, right? Like just being connected is something that we love about these streams. But if you are looking for some more like educational stuff and you want to try it out, it's not as daunting as people often make it out to be. So you can check out links in the description. Oil painting for beginners would be a good place to start. And I imagine you'll find it's something you could bite off, even if you feel like you're totally new to it. And yeah, enjoy. But no pressure. It's free. It's just like it's actually like this, it's like a, yeah, YouTube video. You can find it on our channel, or if you just use the description, you can find it there. Question from Bill, are master copies sellable? Yeah. Considering the fact that...
If they've been dead long enough. I think it's like 50 years or something, right? The creator's been dead for 50 years. It's public domain.
Oh, I wasn't even thinking about that. I was just thinking, like, you mean like legally?
Yeah.
Oh.
I mean, that's what I was thinking. I don't know what he was thinking about.
Yeah, well, I was thinking, like, do people buy them?
Oh.
And the answer to that is
yeah.
yes, because I just bought one from May a few weeks ago.
Yes, he did. He did a whole little unveiling thing.
That's right. She actually just unveiled it officially for me today. It was wonderful.
It was cute.
I felt very honored.
It was fun.
She had like a red drape and a little plaque that said, "For Daniel Folta." It's like, oh.
Yeah, it was up at the school like all day too. So people were like walking past it and kind of looking at it, and they were like too scared to do anything. It was cute.
Okay, Bill was asking, legally, are they sellable?
Yeah, I'm fairly certain. Because people definitely do that. People sell prints of like master copies, like
Yeah, there's
just a
studies.
straight up master copy. So
Yep.
I mean, sorry, the straight up original of like stuff that you would make master copies of. So I would say yeah. Debating if I should give them hair or if I should paint the other face.
It's 9:27.
I feel like a face would be appreciated, especially because the hair is like fast. So. The shadow in. Hello. Okay, there we are. They have
So-
clothes. She doesn't even have clothes yet, dog. That's a problem. Sorry. Okay.
You call me a dog?
Talking to me. It's okay.
Starting to move up the painting. So Becky said 70 years, talking about the sellable master copies, 70 years, and if the family or museum does not own it, but normally as a one-off you can sell it. Prints you can just have to make sure they do not own the rights, then you can, you have to make sure they do not own the rights, then you can sell it all over the place on
Cool.
stuff.
Good to know.
I will say in the world of appropriated art, it is incredible what some artists have gotten away with. Like stuff that that is just blatantly stolen, but with a very minor tweak that, yeah. And so it's a very, it's not super cut and dry. This stuff gets debated in the law, in the courts and stuff like that. And we've got a good lawyer, and it's pretty amazing what people have done. I believe Jeff Koons is notorious for some of that. Dina said, I read that in the US they should be dead plus 70 years, and in the public domain, the copy should be 20% larger or smaller than the original, and don't copy the signature.
That's interesting. The 20% thing is funny. It's like who's going around with like a ruler, like counting pixels. Like,
And Trevor wants you to sign it as a Sargent.
oh, does he? I don't know what Sargent's signature looks like.
Crisis averted. Forgery averted.
Forgery averted. It's a good day when you, avert some forgery. How was your day? I didn't commit a felony. Awesome.
Let's see, Eric said, I'm just doing my best to draw parallels between oil painting and my own ink work. There are more that I thought at first. Yeah, definitely. I'll see what's up with the links you all have, though. Yeah, so like if you think of, if you just keep working in ink, and if you do like cross hatching, and break and like kind of, so like I talk about having 4 values with your oil paint and everything, which like I teach you how to mix. And if you just did some cross hatching to have like 4 values, and then, so let's say you have nothing for one value is left blank, and then your second brightest value is 1, just parallel lines, like just one, I don't know what it's called, one pass of parallel lines. And then your second one maybe has 2, one in one direction and another in another direction. And then the fourth one has 3. And then there you go, you have 4 values that you can use to then break down your ink drawing. And you can just follow the same exact process as that oil painting for beginners video, just minus all the technical stuff that I talk about when it comes to oil paint. Trevor said, Daniel, wait, read my comment again, bro. Haha.
Bro.
Did I read this wrong? Sign it, May be a Sargent. Wait, sign it, maybe? Wait, maybe a Sargent? Am I overthinking
The
this?
puns. Make it so difficult to understand people sometimes on the internet. That's not to fault you for having puns. It's just like,
Puns are encouraged.
just my name exists the way it does.
I'm here to say that puns are encouraged.
I don't mind. It's funny. It's good content.
Content. That's what we want. Oh no, Trevor said, LMAO, I give up. I'm sorry, Trevor. I guess I'm not picking up what you're putting down.
These mysterious intentions.
So I was homeschooled, Trevor. I don't know if that has anything to do with it.
Whipping out the homeschool card.
But I've been known to not be the best at picking up people's jokes. So I'll blame myself. And my mom.
Trevor is probably like all excited, sitting at home in his laptop, waiting to see our response, and like we just dropped.
I know.
We simply dropped.
Such a disappointment. Seemed like everyone else thought it was hilarious.
Oh really? People were talking about it. I feel so silly right now, guys. Why would you do this to me?
Maybe you can figure it out if you can visualize this, because now I'm getting into it. Wait. What?
Huh?
Ah,
What?
Bill's figured it out, but it still doesn't make sense to me.
Guys, you gotta stop gatekeeping this humor, okay? Like, I wanna know.
So, okay, so this is what Trevor said. I'm going to give it to you, like, literally. So he said, sign it, and then in all caps, May, without a space, there's a parentheses, word B, space A, space, Sargent, and parenthesis.
Oh, I get it.
What? And then Bill said, sign it, quote unquote, May, B, A, and then like A is like the middle name, dot, Sargent. And then Trevor said, yep, exactly.
I get it.
What? A, maybe A, Sargent?
Maybe a sergeant. Like, maybe, perhaps.
Right, yeah, right, okay, yeah.
Thanks, guys.
Like the painting may be a Sargent.
Mm-hmm.
That is funny.
It's like funnier that it took us so long to get it, I think.
Mm.
Good content.
Eric Hunt. That helps a lot. Eric said, like, it's like if your last name was Maynot and you were a newly elected mayor, what would your title be then? May or may not. Thank you, Eric. Bill said timing. Yeah, timing. Timing is the it's quintessential to good humor. I've let down many of my friends for not picking up their jokes in time.
I want to drop in that background so bad.
Rah, 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 rah.
It's a thing I picked up from a friend at college. It's fun. No, I do it more than he does, but it's okay. He grew up, I didn't.
A little hit of red you just put in there?
Mm-hmm. Straight from the tube. Because I felt like it.
Mm.
Because I do that sometimes.
It's very enjoyable.
Thank you. That was good. Yeah, I'm exaggerating some of these because I can.
Did you add any medium to the paint?
I did not. This is raw paint. There might be like tiny bits of medium on my brush just from like cleaning it, but yeah, I haven't been like dipping it or anything.
Hmm.
Why? Does it look like it has medium in it?
No, Becky asked.
Oh, okay.
Also, Trevor, the way you just worded that comment now makes perfect sense to me. So he did May,
Yeah.
initial B, dot, a Sargent.
Where's
A Sargent is just, it's,
yeah. Yes.
That's the last name. Okay, Maura said, I'm working on an art portfolio for a scholarship.
Cool.
Any specific themes or techniques I should keep in mind? Is it for a scholarship for I guess to study something? So is it for like an art school or college? Specific themes or techniques? I don't know that if it's for a college, the subject shouldn't matter as much as representing skill. Like if the idea is that you're
Not these days.
not these days.
No. I looked this up because I applied to college kind of recently with like a portfolio and stuff. So the main thing they want to see is that like everything you submit, you want like both a diversity of like, it's weird because they want you to like kind of walk the line of like having a diversity of subject matter, diversity of like composition, diversity of like mediums even sometimes, unless you're like really, really good at one medium, and then like they prioritize quality if you're going to surrender diversity. And it's more about kind of like having a cohesive like group of work that like represents like similar ideas in like different ways. And it has to be something like about yourself. So it's like, again, I mean, not like self-portraits over and over, but it has to be like a certain way you like see the world. So like, it's like a visual like personal statement, like almost like a paper. And so like a lot of people choose stuff that, you know, like a passion that they have, and it's like, or like environmentalism or like music or dance and like that sort of thing. And they tend to kind of extrapolate and find different ways to represent like the same idea or the same set of like 1 to 3 ideas or something.
So basically, your art needs to be really good before you learn how, or before you get to college.
Not really. I don't think they prioritize quality over like intent at this point, which is kind of like a
I think
shocker.
that's unfortunate.
But yeah. Yeah, I mean, obviously, like, don't submit fan art, right? Don't submit portraits of celebrities. Don't, you know, but like, you don't need like high-level academic realism or anything. You kind of just need something that someone can point to and be like, oh, like, you care about this thing, and this says this about you. And it should be like, it's like you need, it's like very like half-level symbolism, like stuff that's like obvious as to what it represents, but it still can't directly be that thing. So it's kind of like leading on whoever you're seeing, whoever's like looking at your work.
Have you talked to Kevin about this?
This is stuff like I looked up. I don't think
Kevin's
Kevin.
philosophy on it is very different, and
Yeah, I know. I hear his philosophy all the time. But I mean, like I kind of like, I don't know, because I know like he doesn't have a very positive opinion of like colleges and like how they evaluate art and like all that sort of thing. And so I kind of looked it up myself when I was applying to college, and that was kind of what I said is like kind of what I got, but obviously like Kevin has a different take. So yeah, I don't know.
well, it's just that for the students who do submit their portfolios in the way that Kevin recommends, they get like the highest level scholarships on average
Yeah.
at those colleges.
Yeah. I guess I wasn't really looking at scholarships. I was more like overall like what people want to see in a portfolio, but I guess the stuff that still gets the most recognition is ultimately quality. Yeah. So cuz like I mean when I applied, I wasn't looking for like scholarships to get like recognition for art cuz I wasn't applying to like art school or any art programs. So I wasn't looking at it like that way. So yeah, Kevin's probably right in like that specific area of college related art stuff.
Yeah, because I know
My bad.
like yeah, just to relay what Kevin has said, and what Kevin has said, and like I don't want to put down what you're saying, May.
Yeah.
But what I know is that like Kevin has said these things, and then like people who follow his advice, it's worked, even though it's different from what the colleges ask for, which is kind
Yeah.
of strange. So you're kind of like taking a risk a bit, but
Yeah.
at the same time, it's like you get the scholarship, and so like for instance, one of the common things is students. So you know, Kevin has a lot of high schoolers here, and so they're kind of preparing for all that here at the physical school, and the advice that Kevin will give is So they'll say like, oh, I have to, show them like 20 pieces of art, and it's got to be this and that. And Kevin's like, whoa, like, slow down.
Right.
Submit like 10 pieces if you have 10 good quality pieces.
Right.
And the philosophy there, I think I actually talked about this in our last stream, but it's like if you show your like 11th, if your 11th piece is a significant drop in quality because maybe you were a little bit younger at the time and you're still learning and putting some things together, then the people who are looking at your portfolio are going to assume that that 11th piece is where you actually fall. It's like, okay, like these ones are good, but then this is where he's actually at. But if you only have those 10, then you're giving this impression that it's like, oh, your work is always like this. And so you want to be careful about not just, showing everything, and it's like, and then, but then it feels kind of weird because it's like, well, the college said you need a minimum of 20, but Kevin, you're telling me to only submit 10.
Right.
But then they do it and they submit only their best pieces, and, they're very high quality because Kevin trained them here at the school. And then they're getting the top scholarships, even though it's not exactly up to what the requirements were, which kind of isn't just an indicator. It's like, I don't know. It's like you can ask for all these things. It needs to be like this. It needs to be like that. But if you just show, like, I've got just raw skill and I'm ready to learn from you, like how to put that into a concise body of work and, have my work refined, of course the college is going to want to eat that up. Because that's just raw potential.
Right.
So yeah. I think these his students get like an average of like 80,000 in scholarships when they submit their portfolios for college, for art school specifically. From like Pratt, like the big ones, Micah, SVA. Okay, take care, Laurel.
Bye.
I will say, just with that the environment being placed around I don't know, I think of her as the second sister, the one on the right, at the bottom.
Her?
She's really like coming out now. Her nice skin tones.
Just imagine what she would look like if she had hair, dude. That'd be crazy. Yeah, I think she'll be simple because she's mostly in shadow, so there's really... Actually, it might be even more difficult because she's all in shadow, and so the value range is even more limited, so we'll see. It's okay.
It's 950.
That's suboptimal.
Suboptimum?
Yeah, it's okay.
What does this mean?
It's like less than...
No, I know, I know that.
Awesome.
But what does this mean for our live stream and the painting?
Oh, it means I'll probably go over time because I want to cover the... I've like covered too much ground to like not cover the rest of the canvas. I mean the panel.
Are we going against the audience's wishes?
I'm not gonna finish it.
No, it's all good. It's all good.
But I will need to go over time in order to just cover everything, and then the next time I'll be rendering.
I think you could finish this, like you could get everything covered, including the face. in about an hour, max.
Without like any refinement. It
Yeah,
sounds
and then we
realistic.
can do a second pass next Sunday on this.
Sounds good to me.
Okay.
Oh, that's really dark. Wow. Unfortunate.
Yeah, so as usual,
It's
everyone,
okay.
no one is expected to stay, but your company is always appreciated. But it would be difficult to leave the painting in this current state that it's in. So we're going to keep plowing through here. Awesome, Eric. Eric said, just sitting here and drawing anyway. Do as you want. Yep, and also the recording is here. Most people watch the recordings.
Yeah.
You working on this face for a little bit?
Yeah.
All right, let's get the zoomies on here. Dina said, by signing it May Zheng after Sargent, as like that's the whole signature, it will tell the world that she is not forging the painting. I read that the word after was actually used by the old masters when they made a copy.
Cool.
Yeah, I mean, as far as forgeries go, this is an 11 by 14 little study, and it's a very, very famous painting.
Yeah.
So there's no concerns about that. Can't imagine there'd be legal ramifications as far as how she signs it goes. I wonder if this book has anything on these Wyndham sisters.
Probably.
Let's see what we got here. How big is the original? Let me see if this book will tell me. It is 115 by 84 and 1/8 inches,
That's huge.
and it's at the Met.
108. That's like almost 10 feet.
Yeah.
Yeah, that sounds right.
Such a confident use of space too, So we've kind of just shortened it, but what we're painting is like the bottom half.
Yeah.
There's another 40% to this painting.
composition.
not seeing.
Yes.
Can you live stream it if the authorities investigate your forgeries?
What?
That's a deep question. I mean, yeah, I don't know what to say to that. I'm just glad that we're not making a forgery right now.
Yeah.
So it's not a problem we have to worry about or be afraid of.
Yeah, we're not experts in copyright law.
And Bill said, I bet he didn't use a number 2. Yeah, I bet so. Not seeing anything on the Wyndham sisters in this book.
I mean, I thought it would make sense to have some stuff because it's a pretty famous painting.
Yeah.
That's okay.
But coming back to the chat here. For beginners in oil painting, do you recommend painting in bigger or smaller scales? Well, obviously you don't want to go too small. You don't want to go too big. Our studies are 9x12s, Mora, and we find that's a nice size. You could even get away with a little bit smaller. And those are for very simple subjects too. Simple geometric shapes. Yeah, so we're having a conversation about copyright when it comes to photography. I'm also not an expert on this matter. If, for one, if you're just, so like, yeah, so if money is not involved, then you're fine. Basically. And then if you're using it for commercial use, then that's where things get more complicated. Giving somebody credit is, like Becky said, is technically not enough. Just watch your head there, May. Thank you. And just like Bill said, people are pretty gracious where that's concerned. And then I did study a little bit about this, and again, I'm not an expert, so don't take my word for it. But my understanding was that to initiate like a suit against somebody, the very first thing that you have to do is to like send a cease and desist letter. But I imagine that gets much more complicated if someone has already been using your work and has already been making a good amount of money for it, in which case then they could be suing for, and like suing to collect any profits that came from that thing. But if somebody just sees that you kind of posted something and it's not like this big profitable thing, then it would, like typically it'd be an event, it'd happen if the person didn't want that, and then they'd have to reach out to you individually. And if they didn't get a response, then they could then kind of act upon it on a legal matter. But if you just take it down, then that also helps your case significantly. But again, to emphasize for the third time, I'm not an expert. How you feeling, May?
I'm okay. Feeling slow, but yeah,
It's 10 o'clock.
okay. It's not
What
bad.
color do you feel now? How's everyone doing? Just do a 10 o'clock check-in. Old Holland, if you were to describe how you were feeling using an Old Holland oil paint color, what would it be? Whether you want to use the Evolve palette that uses the Old Holland paint, or if you want to access this cool little color chart. This is my fun way of getting a pulse on people. Oh wait, actually, I accidentally did that again. Sent everyone the wrong link.
I'm gonna give everyone hair, and then I'm gonna start moving into the background.
There we go. Hey, there comes the hair. Dun dun dun.
Finally. Hashtag visual relief. But yeah, how am I feeling?
Eric Hunt said, green is my favorite color. So is that the color that you're feeling? Because you said you're feeling great. What kind of green? There's a lot of greens on that chart. And what about you, May? You still feeling green?
I like this darker one that I'm using now, yeah.
Getting wrapped up in your work, I see. Like we talked about earlier.
Yeah, it happens.
What color am I feeling?
Their faces look like pretty different from that reference. The lady on the top looks very pissed off. Is there, like, her iris is kind of blended with, like, the top of her iris. It's like a little-
Oh, yay. Bill said, I'm getting tired, Naples yellow. And then Sarah Price said, nickel titanium yellow. Being with you guys tonight has lightened me up.
Aw.
That's cute.
Glad you feel that way.
Yeah, I'm feeling the A361 Old Holland Warm Gray Light.
Imagine like someone normal just asks you like how you're feeling and you're just like, I'm feeling A361.
Let me show you how I'm feeling.
I
Whips out a
believe-
painting.
I believe in a higher form of communication.
I'm feeling a bit light fast today. A bit fugitive. Oh, I get it. Oh, I didn't. Oh my gosh. Bill, your joke was so good and I've totally missed it.
What?
So when I said Bill was getting tired, Naples yellow, what he actually said was, I'm getting tired, nap yellow. Sarah Price got it, and then that helped me figure it out.
Wow, isn't hair great?
Eric said olive, forest, hooker, phthalo, aquamarine, lime, chartreuse. Is there really any green that isn't good enough? Who doesn't like green?
No one said it wasn't good enough. We're just asking for specifics. That is all.
I will say,
Yeah.
I tend to have difficulty describing how I feel in only one color. Like I think it'd be much easier if I was limited to two. So I'm feeling these two colors because those two
Duality.
colors together create a relationship, right?
Yes.
It's like when people ask you, it's like, what's your favorite color? And I'm like, well, in relation to what? You know, like I love like a bright blue against like a dark black,
Right.
but I don't like bright blue
With,
by
like,
itself
orange.
necessarily.
Yeah.
Yeah, or like with orange.
With orange is like heresy, bro. That's awful.
It's not heresy.
Well, like bright
It'd be
orange.
nice. Like a sam.
That's
Oh,
like the Mets, right? Like that is.
I just brought the camera down and then you just went right back up again.
I think I'm probably gonna be like a little all over the place.
All right,
so
I'll
probably
zoom out.
zooming out is probably like best move.
Cool, cool. Thank you for that.
Yeah. You calling me?
Somebody's calling May.
I'm busy. It's probably spam. I get those pretty often. What?
Bill said May just gave me a courtesy laugh.
For what?
I can't remember, but I think that's funny.
I forget.
Maybe for the nap yellow
Oh.
joke. Yeah, Dina said we could be more obfuscating. If that's a word, I'm
Yeah.
impressed.
It's like ambiguous.
Right, like confusing and
Yeah.
cool. That's a cool word. How do you pronounce it?
Obfuscating. I think.
Obfuscating.
Yeah, it's not very.
Okay. She said
often
we could be
used.
more obfuscating and tell you the pigment number we are feeling.
Bruh.
It's another level. Yes, Eric says all greens are good, but probably olive for me. Bill said sap green is one of my fave. Bill said, Dan, you're like Joseph's coat. Yes, coat of many colors. Sarah Price said, I'm working on a painting now with brilliant purple draping against a black background, and it looks amazing. The color combo, not the painting yellow. Oh. Well, I hope the painting comes out. Well, obviously, I can't see it to tell you that it really is good, but a bit of time, Sarah. Have you ever thought about the fact that your live stream viewers have become very well acquainted with your left ear?
No. I mean, sometimes I think about that when I'm painting people, and I'm like, I will know the pores on your nose in a way that no one ever will. You know?
Yeah.
But I know how to feel about that, but I guess that's not my problem. It is really cool to me though that like you can Google me and like I show up. Like, like I've met like 2 people recently who've like, I've like been like, hi, like I'm May, and they're like, oh yeah, I know who you are. I've seen your videos. And I'm like, what? That's such like a, that's so cool. Someone today even said like, oh, I'll be watching your show tonight. Like show? Like the word show is like so different. That's so cool to me. I'm like, I exist to people on a screen the way like, I don't know, like you watch like TV or like actual YouTubers and stuff. Like to me, like that's so, that like blows my mind because I'm just like this 19-year-old who got really lucky in finding this place and like, you know, like obviously like I recognize that I like worked really hard and all that stuff. But at the end of the day, I'm like a person. I'm just like a normal person, you know, and but like people are like, yo, like you're senior, like, what? I don't know. That's just so super cool to me.
Yeah, it just goes to show it's attainable for everyone.
Yeah. Like sometimes when I'm sad, I like remind myself, I'm like, look, people can Google you, okay? Like in a world of like 7 billion people, like that's pretty cool. And like my name's not that like uncommon, especially my last name. So it's like, I don't know, it's pretty cool. It's very.
Pretty sure there's a song about that. 7 billion people in the world trying to fit in.
Yeah. It's like a romantic thing though.
Name that song. In the chat, go. We'll see how old our audience is. Bill said, Old Holland has a blue that I think has been discontinued. New York Centennial Blue. Similar to Parisian Blue.
It sounds like
Gorgeous.
a brand. It sounds like a luxury brand, man.
Yeah. It sounds like a nice color, too. New York Centennial. It's like,
It sounds like Versace. Like if Versace had a color, Centennial would definitely be in the name of it.
Bill said, welcome to show business, maybe, Sargent.
Shoot it.
We're getting back into that follow May around the painting stage.
It's just a wild goose chase, man. It's like Manhunt, except we're both blindfolded.
Maybe a goose.
Sadness.
We've gotten no guesses to the song I quoted there.
I think I know which one. There's like, it's like from Broadway or something, right? No?
7 billion people in the world trying to fit in. I can't sing, so shouldn't try. On the live stream. I'll try all the time by myself. Dina said, luck is when preparedness meets opportunity, so luck takes hard work and focus.
I don't know where that came from, but yeah, that's pretty cool.
You had said that.
About like being lucky to be here. Yeah. Word. Thank you for reminding me of what I talk about.
Yeah, well, whoever does figure out what that little quote is from, I will pin your comment. So you would have to kind of wait for the live stream to end, then you comment, or if you're watching the recording, you can just comment anytime. But comment if I see it. If you get the right answer, I will pin your comment to the top for the live stream.
And you'll get insane clout.
Insane clout.
Insane clout. It's like not even funny anymore, just to me.
Oh, hey!
Someone got it.
We got an answer, yeah.
Let's go.
Sarah Price.
Not surprised.
Not Sarah Prized. Sarah Price. No. That was a bad pun.
I didn't hear anything you just said.
Yeah, so Sarah Price said, that's a Justin Bieber song. Daniel, really?
It's a Justin Bieber song?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. That's good.
As long as you love me.
As long as you
Oh,
love
yeah,
me.
there you go.
We
Sarah
could be
Price said it before I even
homeless,
said
we
it.
could be something. I don't know the rest. That's all I know. I
As
just know he
long
sounds like
as
he's
you
whining.
love me.
Yeah. I've seen more like memes of that song than I've like actually like heard the original. So I think that tells me something. What?
Dina said, Roman philosopher Seneca. I don't think there were 7 billion people at the time, so. Oh, hey, Alex. Glad to have you.
Alex!
Oh, you're so happy.
I am happy. I miss that guy.
Alex, you just got a happy face from there.
Alex, you missed an inside joke earlier. If you were here, I would have like looked at you and then we would have both started laughing uncontrollably and this would have gone off the rails, but you weren't here, so it's okay. I forgot what it was, but it was funny, I promise.
Oh, okay,
Huh?
so Dina was not saying that the Roman philosopher Seneca wrote that song.
Oh.
She was quoting the luck is when preparedness meets opportunity.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah. We don't
Thank you,
take her
Bill.
seriously enough.
Man, Bill has
My
just been
bad.
helping me out all live stream.
Bill got you.
He does. He's got my back. Gotta love that Evolve community.
Bill's a real one.
Hey, welcome back, Edie.
Hello. We're still here. This is what happens when you don't have a plan. You have a lot of fun. You use a lot of colors. What?
Glenn
What am I
said,
missing?
we're talking about the Justin Bieber song. Glenn just said, no wonder why I haven't heard it.
Why are we talking about Justin Bieber? What is this discourse?
Because you said there's 7 billion people in the world.
You weren't supposed to extrapolate to Justin Bieber. No, I'm kidding. I don't care. I think it's funny.
Just hopping on the trends, you know what I mean?
So true. Maybe the next live stream is I paint a portrait of Justin Bieber. No, I'm kidding. I would never do that. Maybe.
Never ever?
100
Never
people.
say never!
Oh my God.
Which is another song, by the way.
Yes, I'm aware. I am deeply and uncomfortably aware.
For the record,
Yes.
I'm
Is that a
not-
pun?
I'm not a huge fan of Justin Bieber.
All
But
the
it
things
has
we
been
say on
interesting to
air.
follow him and his life. You know,
Yeah, he's mid.
child star kind of thing. How do you deal with that?
Yeah.
Seems like he's gotten a lot more authentic.
Mm-hmm. I mean, good for him. Just not my type of media creator.
Yeah.
What?
Sarah Price said all roads lead to Justin Bieber.
No. Not if I have any say in it.
Whoa.
What?
Oh, okay. Bill said Justin Bieber was the original Chip on Broadway, Beauty and the Beast. I think he said.
What's with the Justin Bieber fun facts going on? We have a secret wealth of knowledge going on in here.
But yeah, Alex, you should definitely go back, find that happy face from when May discovered that you were here. Screenshot it, send it to her. Make it your wallpaper.
Aw, that'd be kind of weird. It's just like an extreme close-up. That'd be funny.
Edie, her brushes have synthetic fibers.
Yup.
And Dina said, I thought Justin Bieber was discovered on YouTube. I believe he was. Which was actually something I learned only a little while ago. I forget how.
Were you researching Justin Bieber?
No, it was just in
Justin
a social
Bieber
conversation.
Mm-hmm.
I was like, oh, really? Huh. Blown away.
I literally forgot he existed until we're like talking about it right now.
It's funny, like, you know, now Sarah Price is also saying, I swear I'm not a fan. It's funny because it's like, I feel like it's not a big deal, like whether you're a fan of him or not a fan of him.
Mm-hmm.
At a certain point, it was a big deal. Like, because when I was growing up and I was in middle school,
Mm-hmm.
and like all the guys, including myself, had the Bieber cut, you know? And so that was sort of like, all the guys just felt like they had to sort of defend their place, and you know, and so it became like a thing to like, oh, I'm not a fan of Justin Bieber.
Yeah.
But people have gotten older. He's gotten older. And I think he's become all around more respected.
Yeah. Maybe not liked, but respected.
Yeah. You don't have to like him.
Mm-hmm.
I don't even like know his music. I just know the
one song.
I guess the pop songs in general.
Yeah. What?
More comments on Justin Bieber.
Oh my god. First it was Avatar, now it's Justin Bieber.
Yeah.
What's next?
While painting something totally unrelated to
Yeah.
Justin Bieber.
I can't believe I started this too. I'm at fault.
No, I'll take the blame for it.
I just think it's funny. I don't actually mind.
No, yeah,
So,
totally.
Yeah, okay.
I'm a big fan of tangents like this.
Mm-hmm.
I think we just got the latest scoop from Dina.
Yeah.
I read that he is having some serious health issues, so he is out of the limelight. Well, I hope he gets better.
Aw.
I gotta say, May, these figures are really coming together.
Thank you.
Wait, what was that? What was that little hand motion you just did? Not having it.
Maybe one day we just do like a YouTube short of just like a compilation of all my like little movements. I think
Yeah, if I can catch you in time.
that'd be really funny.
It's like I'm zoomed in on the painting, and then May's just like just randomly steps back and just expresses herself.
I don't even know what I do. It's just like weird hand stuff.
You're just dialoguing with the painting.
I am dialoguing with the painting. I'm telling it. It needs to do better. Get good.
Well, Edie just said that the painting's beautiful.
Thank you. It's so nice that they have hair. I think it's wonderful that they have hair. I'm sure they would agree.
What's that?
I said, isn't it wonderful that they have hair? I'm sure they would agree.
Hmm. Hair is nice, you know?
Hair is nice. They look so disdainful in my painting. In like the actual one, they look like sweeter. I think because my edges are a little bit sharp. Because they're tiny and it's hard to work.
Watch your head. Thank you. Mmm.
What?
Yes, love that connection, Eric.
What?
Eric said, I guess the Wyndham sisters would have been pretty popular at one time as well as around London. You're technically painting historical pop culture now.
It's pretty cool.
There's something about that phrase, historical pop culture now. You know?
Mm-hmm.
It's like a lot of timeliness going on. Alex said, maybe painting is better described as a conversation with yourself.
Are you insinuating that I am insane? I'm kidding. I don't know. Sorry.
Nothing wrong with talking with yourself.
Yeah. Yeah, it was just like constantly requesting my future self to do what the present self wants to make the painting better, so we can all be pleased.
That's the goal. We all want to be pleased.
Mm-hmm. I am picking up a new brush that is uncontaminated. If I can find one, that'd be appreciated. Oh, that's not functional. Don't fall. Sorry. Just saying things. Okay, that works.
Would you like some assistance?
I think I've got it. Thank you. Sorry, that was awful. I don't know why. I thought you did an accent for some reason.
It was like a very subtle accent. It wasn't like an accent of another nation. It was more of like
Just like
an
mild
accent
formality.
just to say that I'm playing around with you.
Like me going like, "Rrr." Like that's not a natural sound. It's just like a nonsense utterance. Okay.
Bill, you're not an idiot.
What?
He simply erred. He said Nick Jonas was one of the Beauty and the Beast chips, not Justin Bieber.
Oh. I mean, I wouldn't have known any better either, so and it's not like critical information. So don't worry.
Watercolor Newbie said you do have an accent.
What?
What? I don't have an accent.
What? Mate. What?
May.
It is well into the third hour of the fourth hour of painting. May has absolutely lost her marbles.
Yes. We ask for all of your forgiveness for
That severe
whatever may happen in the next half hour. It's 10:30, by the way.
Thanks.
I remember, I don't know if I said this in a live stream before.
What?
So I remember I was with some lovely British people in China, of all places, and we were getting along really well. And I just jokingly said, like, "Oh, I don't have an accent. You guys have an accent," you know, knowing it was going to stir up some fun
Beef.
banter. And
Yes.
they said, "Really? Try saying." How do they say it first? Let me think for a second. Try saying water with an R, like with an R in right before the T. like water, and say water, and then water, alternating 10 times.
Okay.
And I was like, all right. And I wanted to do it, do it in the way that they said. So I said, all right, here we go. Water, 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 water.
Yeah.
And I was like, wait a minute, hey.
Yeah.
They got me.
Mm-hmm.
Just nailed it.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, wow, I actually,
Was not aware.
yeah, it's like, it sounds exactly the same.
Mm-hmm. That's funny. I had a British accent for like a few months purely from being like obsessed with like these British YouTubers for a few months, and so that I would like watch them all the time, and I just literally picked up a British accent in like middle school from watching YouTube. Yeah, not one of my proudest moments, but it's okay.
Yeah, that was absolutely mind-blowing for me.
I wonder like where they came up with that.
Mm.
They were just like listening to you talk, and they were like, you know what, we're gonna show this American.
Well, they were saying, like, I put R's into everything,
Yeah.
whereas they would say water. Or-
Water.
well, they would take their R's out. That's what I was saying.
Mm.
Like, you remove your R's.
Mm-hmm.
Uh-huh. Yeah, accents are great. Becky said, married to a man who was born and raised in England, he tries to erase his accent. And I'm like, no, don't do it.
British English sounds prettier than American English by like far. So
What's that?
British English sounds like so much prettier than American English, in my opinion. So yeah, don't change.
It's cool to flip between the camera angles.
Yeah.
Ooh. Oh, I like that. Whack, whack, whack.
Whack, whack, whack. And
Here comes the background.
da-da-da.
This is going to be very interesting.
What you
I think this
waiting
is-
for? Maybe. I don't know. Maybe no one cares.
Very curious to see what's going to happen. Everything will change.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Why will they change, May?
Because the relationships
The relationships.
yeah, that we've been seeing the figures in have always been to this very static, light, peachy color, and now they'll be dropped into a totally different environment, and so that should be kind of interesting. So, join me on this journey.
Paint with me.
Paint with me. People seem to love that tagline, like online, like with reels.
Mm.
Every time I'm like something with me, like I don't know, 2 out of the 3 things I've done like that have done really well. So, but then I took like a 5-day break because I was like busy having a life at college and not like making reels like all the time. And then Instagram was like, haha, no one's gonna see your stuff for a week. And I was like, hi. So that's where I am right now. I know this game.
Wash your head.
I'm watching hers, bro. That's pretty good. What? What?
Now we're talking about New York accents.
Oh.
Bill said, lived there for 20 years. Forget
Yes.
about it. Coffee talk.
Nice.
Becky said, I'm impressed. She got so much done on the ladies.
Thank you. Me too.
How are you feeling at this point, May?
Background is making my mood a lot better.
Your what?
The background is helping my mood a lot.
Your mood?
Yeah, I feel better.
Mm-hmm. Is this a new opportunity to talk about our feelings?
Sure, that's what you want to turn it into.
So what color is it now?
I really like this blend of like purple and green. It's very
Mhm.
rich. Sorry, my head is in the way, but
So I guess, see, this is where you're kind of coming back to that two-color thing again, right?
Mhm.
So,
what's the other one?
what's that?
Oh, I thought you were asking me like the two color thing. It's like I have to find another color that I also feel like.
Oh, well, it sounds like purple and green.
Yeah, it's like this nice combination going on. I go out to school tomorrow. That sucks.
Mm.
That was random. Sorry.
So I'm looking at maybe a Old Holland Bright Violet with a, this is what I'm trying to pick for you. What are you trying to describe there? Maybe back to that green umber again. Something like that. Everyone is expressing their New York accents using text. It's pretty impressive.
Nice.
So that when you read it, you hear it.
That's fun.
Just based on the composition,
Yeah.
What does everyone think? So looking at them, which one do you think, this is to all our viewers here, which one do you think is the oldest, the middle, and the youngest? Bill. Eric said I think it goes left to right in age. Let's take a look at this reference. I get the sense that the one in the bottom right feels very youthful and young to me, with the kind of the hands being more
Playful.
open and
Yeah.
perhaps playful. But then the one above her feels very a little more like established. Just her being above, she's got that poofy shawl, if that's the right word. That'd be my guess, but I really don't know. Both the older one and the top one and the one on the left have a bit more like authority to them. It'd be kind of interesting to know if the one in the back was married, and then the two in front were eligible bachelorettes. Maybe that would be a factor in why he positioned them like that. Dina said, I love the movement in the middle one's dress. It looks like she just sat down to me.
But it feels that way.
I missed it.
Haha. Evading the camera yet again.
$10:42.
Ugh,
How you feeling?
tired.
Yeah,
It is getting late.
this has been quite the undertaking, May.
Agreed.
Coming along very nicely, though.
Thank you. A lot of this stuff I can put in flat and then like render in the actual patterns and stuff later. So I can just kind of put the structure in, so you kind of get like a sense of the form,
Mm-hmm.
and just like naturally paint it next time.
Mm-hmm. I'm excited for when you really step back and just
See it?
see it, because I feel like you haven't had that moment for yourself yet.
Mm-mm.
But I would just keep going and then wait till you finish like the top corner.
Yeah.
That right there is really helping the girl on the left come through.
Yeah.
Bill said they're triplets. It was a living nightmare for the mob. May is in the zone.
Yes, I'm on the tippy toes. Um, okay. I still need to put in the highlights, so like all those areas in the middle that are like empty. But I'm just gonna do that with like one color for now, and I'll refine it next time. So.
Eric asks, what percentage of background color makes it into the foreground reflected lights for you all, or is it a case-by-case type of thing? So I would say a lot, and it is case-by-case. But like the background, so the background is not just what's behind, but it's typically also the general environment that they're set in, which means that not only is the background behind them, or should I say the environment is behind them, but it's also in front of them. And so, like in that room, in that space, if it's like this kind of greenish room, then you'll have green spilling throughout. So I would just say a lot, but then that it is case by case, because if you have, like, you could have a lighting scenario in the background that's different from the lighting scenario in the foreground. So imagine if there was like a fireplace behind them that you couldn't see, but it was glowing warmth from behind. Then that would be playing. That would play some role on some parts of where it's hitting them. But the majority of it wouldn't be hitting, like, say, like another plane of their faces. So it can really be case by case. Edie said, "Over the top, unbelievable, great work."
Thank you.
Yeah, it's fun to see those highlights come in. But yeah, Eric, to just expound on that more, like a lot of times people will ask us what colors we use to mix for flesh tones, and our answer is that there's really no formula for it, and that, like, whatever, if we're doing a portrait or even in this study, the flesh tones are simply whatever colors fit the lighting environment of the painting, and that's really it. And that can, if you put these same ladies in another environment, then the flesh tones would be probably very, very different. So everything is really determined by the light and the environment that they're in. And it's important to think about color, not just on, okay, they're brunettes, and so their hair must be brown, but thinking about it in terms of the light and the shadow and the environment. And that helps you to be much more accurate with your color choices. Like, imagine if May painted this, just assuming that the couch and the dresses were all one color, and then she just painted everything in like one shade. It would just be like, wait, what? Where's the painting? Some scritchy scratchies?
Yeah. Like the color I'm using for the highlights is like mixing nicely to make these colors that are similar to what's in the reference. Interesting. I need a new brush though. So,
Eric said, still learning to rotate the orb in my mind. That's a good analysis. Yeah, and it might, I don't know how, I haven't seen your work, but it might be helpful to not overwhelm yourself too much trying to think in 3 dimensions. It's funny, so like in Evolve, when we start people off, we have them kind of think in 2 dimensions in order to simplify. It's like you've got to break the illusion and understand the illusion before you can then rebuild it. And so, because our brain will just do all that 3 dimensional stuff for us. So, really, like we'll look at something and say, oh, like this entire easel is one shade of brown. But if you break it down 2 dimensionally, like if you're looking at the easel on the left side of the shot right now, the planes that are facing the top are brighter, and then the planes that are facing us are darker. And so even if you don't understand what the planes are, just learning to recognize that part of that easel is one color and then another part is another color. And you can see that, well, there's some shadow on there's like kind of like 2 steps of shadow on that side. And so it's kind of just like seeing it. And so rather than focusing on like, okay, if this thing is 3 dimensional, there's like a whole lot of complexity to it. But if you're just thinking like, well, where's the light? Where's the shadow? Start there. Just like ask yourself that simple question. And you can start breaking it down even without going through all of the factors that come into a 3-dimensional thinking. And you're thinking in 2 dimensions. And then when you simply break down those 2 dimensions and then faithfully render them, you'll still create the impression of 3. But now you're you're perceiving what created that 3-dimensional illusion. Once you get that down, then expanding your understanding of those fundamentals that created that illusion, expanding that into thinking in 3 dimensions is, I find it's a bit easier. And that's kind of how we approach it in Evolve. So it's funny, it's like, I remember one time, like I think it was like maybe my first time painting a face, and Kevin is saying, like, Daniel, you're not painting a face, you're just painting values, edges, and color. And then a few years later, I'm painting a face, and Kevin is like, hey, when you're painting those values, edges, and colors, keep in mind that you're painting a face. And I'm like, wait, what? That's totally contradictory to what you're saying before. But my understanding had sort of developed to a point where he could now start to talk to me about, like, thinking about what is behind, like, what's on the, if I'm painting, like, someone's face, he's, like, saying, like, what does the whole skull look like? And, rotating the orb, and what does the back of this person's skull look like? And he started to ask me those questions. But that was already after I, understood enough to faithfully render the impression. But he was now, like, he wanted it to be even greater than the reference and to be even more 3-dimensional. And so that's where he was pushing me with those questions. So food for thought. Yeah, you're having so much fun right now. I can see it.
The fruit of my labor. That's what it feels like. It's like if none of this was set up properly, then these highlights would look like trash,
Mm.
But it doesn't, I think. So.
It's going to take us in a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
Armin asked, if you were painting and not being filmed, would you turn the canvas upside down and sideways to paint?
Yes, so much. Every time you see me going on my tiptoes and like angling around, and yeah, I would not do that normally.
It's 11 o'clock.
Yeah, I'm finishing up for today.
Okay.
No worries.
It's so rewarding just to see how far you get with these.
Really?
Really?
I don't know.
How you
I
feeling,
don't know what
May?
I'm doing.
Tell us how you really feel.
I'm glad I covered most of the canvas. Glad the background's in there. Still a lot of work to do. It does look very like kind of slipshod, put together, hasty study. But I don't know. I mean, I don't really know what I expected. So like, 'cause I definitely knew that this was like the hardest thing I'd do on a live stream so far. So I wasn't telling myself like expect a masterpiece, obviously. So. It's still very, very loose, and I don't know how I feel about it. I think the difference between this one and like the painting of Jinx is that in Jinx there's like you can't see her face at all. So in everything else in the painting is very like structural. It's just like building like glorified rectangular prisms in like functional like ways. So it's like kind of parts of like a room and like a boxing machine, the lights and stuff. So like there were no real elements of like kind of like realism in there. There's no like kind of likeness that I had to capture outside of like very basic proportions of her body. But like here, there's like faces and there's like gesture kind of and like the flow. In order to like convey that it's like silk, to convey the way that it's draped over their bodies. There's like a lot more precise form and also like physical like aspects of the forms that need to be captured in order for this to like feel effective. And I don't know if I feel like I've done that. Like I know I can if I have more time. But, so it's not making me kind of like I'm not like doubting my ability as an artist because of this or anything. It's just like not super rewarding or fulfilling like right now. But I mean, I am glad that I got this much done. So
Yeah.
And
I don't think I'd be able to do what you've done in this amount of time.
really?
Well,
I don't know.
I
haven't looked at
I'm
it
very
yet, so-
skeptical and doubtful. I definitely would have approached it very differently than you did.
Yeah.
I would have just like scrubbed in like one color.
You would have
into
stuck
so
to
much
like
of
an
that.
actual plan, yes. You would have approached it like a rational human being.
But even then, I'm a pretty slow painter, so I'm learning a lot just from watching you.
Really?
Yeah.
Cool. That's cool to hear. I'm kind of just messing around with brush strokes. I'm like, ooh, what can that do? I was trying to inject more color into the shadows. They're not there.
ED said, wow, it's such a complex image, yet it's almost completed in only 3 hours. It's 4 hours, but yeah, still impressive.
Appreciate it.
And Bill said, this is beautiful. What a fun journey to watch you traverse.
Thank
Becky
you.
said, I'm impressed you got so much down.
I'm
Yeah.
glad you guys are all enjoying it. That's great to hear.
There's so much energy in your studies, which makes it really enjoyable.
Like the brush strokes and stuff, I
Mhm.
guess.
I have a hunch that when you come back in next week to finish this one up,
Yeah.
it's going to be interesting because I think you're going to just naturally by having like a whole week to sit on this, you're going to come in with a plan, and that'll be very interesting to see.
How I don't follow it. Yeah, I think I will, very subconsciously.
Mm-hmm.
And kind of just because of who I am. Actually come up with something this time. I will be thinking about
Like
it.
now that you've started it and it's it's not over, you're sort of going to be creating it throughout the week in your brain. Glenn said May made it look so easy.
Did I? I'm glad I did. Glad you see it that way. I promise it was not that easy. I guess for how much is going on, I did move fairly quickly. So
Dina said the upper left corner looks like a window looking out on skyscrapers.
I could leave it like that. Probably won't. I could fill it now too. Scribble, 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 scribble. Ha.
I could leave it. I could fill it. Never a
that?
dull moment.
Boom. I just signed my name like that. Oh. I'm just messing at this point. Because like in the reference, it's like really dark, but there's like a lot of ornamentation on the walls, and it's all very like linear, like stuff like that. I like that.
Yeah, the painting continues another about 40%, but for the purposes of the study, it's
Yeah.
not necessary.
I'm gonna put more purple in there.
Dina said no.
Sorry.
Goodbye, skyscrapers.
I can make them taller.
I'll have to zoom out for that.
That's good enough. How's that? Be satisfied both
I
parties.
mean, I feel like you're kind of already there. But hey, it's up to you.
It's up to you.
It's your study.
I want to exaggerate. This is always the best part. It's like when you're almost done and then like everything you've done so far like works, and so you kind of just have time to like play and like see what you can do more with. It's very satisfying. Daniel's like, I hate this part because May just doesn't stop. I don't want to go home.
No, that's not what I'm thinking. What I was thinking was, I guess it's similar, but not like that. It was more like it would be so much easier for you to do what you're doing now in a second pass as opposed to just
Oh, that's true.
like painting it now.
Continues to paint anyway. I want to.
So cool, May.
Thank you. Also, thank you to everyone who's still here.
Mm-hmm.
It's very, very much over time, so I appreciate it. Okay, I'm gonna stop.
You done?
Yeah, for today.
For today.
For today.
Great work.
Thank you. Yeah. How does it look on camera?
Looks great on camera. Why don't you come over here, May? Step back.
There's a lot to work with.
Step back.
I'm stepping. Whoa. That is different. I think I like it.
Oh, now you like it?
Yeah. The time, if you sped this thing up and it was just the painting, or the process itself looks like so insane. It's like not intuitive, like at all.
Yeah. Don't do this at home.
Yeah, do not. This is not how you paint effectively.
But it's fun. Yeah, the time lapse on this will be sweet. And I've been
Yeah.
recording this the whole time.
Yeah. That was another like 130 gigabytes or something.
Not that much. Probably 30, which is still a lot.
Is May going to do more next week? I'll probably do more next week.
Yes,
Since
so
you guys voted.
I think Becky wasn't here, but yeah, we will do this in finish this up in another pass, which will be kind of nice. We'll kind of have a lot of time just to, I mean, it doesn't have to be 3 hours even.
Yeah.
I don't think it's going to take you very long to
Pull it together.
pull it together. Dina said, it's an incredible painting as it is now. And actually, I'm going to grab this
Photograph.
camera. Let's get a, you guys always see it from this like a
Slanted angle.
slanted angle, so.
I'm gonna read the comments now.
Head-on shot.
It's an incredible painting as it is now. Thank you. Brava. Nice work. Thank you, Sarah. Thank you, Edie. The one on the right, like the edge of her face is very like much. The left side of her face is kind of like blurred into the background a little.
The one I'll do on the right?
Yeah, like up top. But I mean, next time I'm just gonna add more like definition and cleaner edges to everything, so it'll work out. And I'd rather have the edges be too soft than too sharp right now, so it's nice.
Mm-hmm. So what's your, I know you're going to kind of get to develop a plan, but what are your thoughts on what you're going to do next week? Is this going to give us like a little glazing demo? Or is it going to be more opaque?
I think it's gonna be opaque.
Opaque?
Kind of just working into it, just rendering more. Like a lot of the faces are kind of color blocked in as just like light and then like rouge, like the blush and like lipstick. So like those very much warmer tones and then like the shadow. I'll probably let myself use this like a #1 brush and then actually get in like some proper detail so I get more like lightness rather than just structure, because right now everything's very structural. There's like also a lot more detail in the cloth, so I can really bring out the texture of the silk a lot more rather than just have it be like cloth that is draped over structure, and probably firm up the background like a lot more. Maybe add in some of the elements that are actually in the original. There was like a frame back in there and then some like ornaments on the wall. There were like flowers on the right that I did not put in at all. So, yeah. I think overall.
What do you think about? Because you had mentioned earlier in the live stream, and I'm not like saying this as a suggestion, but I'm just curious because you had mentioned like Kevin's advice for the arcane
Oh, yeah.
painting being where like you're keeping the shadows more simplified. I think more as far as like I guess the background goes.
Yeah.
Is that something that you're thinking about, or do you like the modeled feel for this one?
I think since I'm not looking to like really render in the background as something refined, it's gonna be more like an environmental like assist to the rest of to like the actual subjects, like the women. So I think it's gonna be like mostly like a flat surface. I'm not gonna try to add texture, obviously, but I mean, I guess not obviously, but I'm not gonna try to add texture to it. Yeah. Right now it's like not super textured. They're just like the marks themselves are like bold, but it's not like the last live stream where there was like 3-dimensional paint like sticking up in some areas of the light. So yeah, I don't think texture is gonna be like too much of an element in this one, except for maybe some of the extreme highlights like in the silk. Yeah. Yeah, those might be like slightly imposted, but otherwise, I don't think it'll back down to the fundamentals, just value, edge, and colors. Yeah. I don't know. Maybe I'll change my mind. Maybe I'll texturize the lights insanely next time. Who knows? Probably not, though.
Cool.
Yeah. Phil says good night. Eric also says good night. Good night, good night.
Good night.
Z says, wow, awesome work. Thank you. Angela also says, amazing work. Thank you. Good night, Rhiannon. Yay, I'm glad you're looking forward to the next one. Me too. Yeah, have a good week. To you as well, Edie.
Awesome. All right. Thank you, everybody.
So get out of your chair.
So glad to have you with us. Thank you again. It means a lot to us. And once again, you can check out more Evolve content through the link in our description. And if you want skills like these, check out the Evolve program. Definitely something worth looking into. It's what we're passionate about. And it's how both May and I have the skills that we have and are able to create and have fun and really express ourselves thanks to those things that we've been taught. So check it out. All right, everybody. Have a wonderful week, and we'll see you next week for pass number 2. Peace.